again with the just ridiculous level of musical slappery. Hello, everybody. You guys probably can't see anything yet. I'm still, like, getting some stuff set up here. But it's Magic Planet Live. I don't know if anybody's gonna show up yet. I guess we'll see. Where the hell did the editor go? No, I don't want themes. Good on themes, thank you. Okay, there's the Magic Planet Live banner. Can I get Toho? Can I get 2 hoops? No, don't add me. Game capture. Add a new source. Capture the window. Hey, there we go. Now I just need to center this, which I'm sure it will let me do sometime this century. Enjoy the arcade-style gameplay demo. Center on screen. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Alright. Yeah. This is Wily Beast and Weakest Creature. I believe the 15th mainline Toho game. It was got for me by Shapes and Forms co-host and close friend Win. Thank you very much, Win. And we're gonna start here basically as soon as I figure out what the controls are. I don't quite remember what they want you to do offhand. We'll just go with frame move. Right. That's an interesting way to spell ghost. We'll just go with the default settings for our first run through here. Now where is the focus button? That's the bomb. Alright, well. It's always fun to just waste those. Oh, that's a weird setup. But I will make the most of it. That's the pause button. The way that Toho assumes you want to use your controller is very curious to me. And, I don't think that there's a way to change it, unfortunately. But we can make it work. I do not remember offhand what the deal is with these animal icons. Playing the game untranslated right now, incidentally, because I don't really want to install TH-Patcher on my girlfriend's computer without her permission, and she's not home right now. So, who knows what any of this actually says, but, you know, as always, we'll make do. Alright, so I'm getting the impression you want to try to match these little animal tokens if possible. I think I just got a 1-up. Fire at things until they die. Thank you for that, Haru. Hello, Inky. Y'all did not miss anything, really, by the way. I, like, literally just started. I don't know why I'm bothering to, like, go through all this, because I can't read it. I have the translator installed on my laptop, but because I stream off of CC's computer, and I don't want to install, like, strange software without asking her first, and she's not home, like, we're gonna have to put up with untranslated Toho for the time being. should have waited for that to change. By the way, if anybody is expecting, like, expert level or even, like, baseline competent gameplay, I am very sorry to report that you will not be leaving this stream happy. I say as I am immediately yeeted by a laser. Bonus failed. Yeah, I think those are actually the part pieces, yeah. Extra boosted, huh? Well, I'm not getting that one right now. Boy. Trying to focus on too many things at once, a classic schmuck problem. You won't be spoiled. Yeah, there you go. You'll have to infer everything from expressions. I don't know how long I'm going to play this for before I switch over to Isaac, but probably leave at least a good bit of time. If only so I can hopefully make up for this embarrassing first level performance at some point. Fire at things until you die, yes. That's the real secret. That's what they don't tell you at the training academy. The Toho Training Academy, which is a real thing that exists and not just something that I accidentally invented for a joke just now. Alright, well, I'm dead. Let's actually start over, because I would like to do slightly better. I'll let you guys vote. Which ghost should I pick? I have no idea what this affects, by the way. I think it's a shot subtype of some kind. And while you guys talk about that, I will send a message on my server. Not my server, my little stream thing. Otter? Goat? Otter? Burb? We got 3 different votes. I'm gonna go with the eagle, because Pinky said it first. And we'll do otter next time. Yeah, it does say ghost, G-O-A-S-T. You know, it's like that sometimes. Does anybody remember, like, during the little bit of time when I turned this on before anybody really got here, I said that this was the 15th Toho game. Is that actually correct? I might have miscounted. Like the 15th main one at least, not counting like the fighting games and the fucking like violent detector or whatever the hell that was. You don't know. Okay, fair enough. Man, that's a sound effect and a half. I might have said this already, but like I believe the idea is you want to match the animal tokens whenever possible to get big bonus. By which I mostly mean like it lets you shoot a larger shot for a period of time. On the other hand, though, like obviously focusing on that to the detriment of dodging is gonna fuck you up. So it's a yin and a yang approach, really. I want to try to get Max Otter this time, because I don't think I've done that one yet. Alright. Yeah. Pops up like a little barrier. You know, like, people, this is not a unique take by any means, but people, rag on Zoom for his character art, but, like, in every other aspect, and even the character art to a point, like, the Toho games have gotten a lot prettier over time. Like, the sprite work and the backgrounds and stuff. Holy fuck. Alright, well that's a pretty cool thing that the Eagle token does. Y'all like Ribbons of Death? I do. Does make it a little bit hard to tell what's my bullet and what's not, but that's okay. Oh, Jesus. You know, this isn't that bad, but it's difficult for a first boss. Which I had heard this game was a little bit harder than the last couple, so that works. Yeah, right? Like, people don't give the guy enough credit. Now, as a composer, he's gone from, like, very good to, like, God level, but I think everybody appreciates that fact. The title theme on this game is, like, a ridiculous slap. You could play it in your trunk next to some Paul Wall, and it would be a valid competition to see who broke your speakers more. Look, the Zumpets are valid, but he doesn't really use them that much anymore. It's a lot more like traditional Japanese instrumentation in this one, it seems like. Fuck! I saw that one coming. I should have been able to get out of the way of that, although this is not, whatever I'm doing right now, this is not anything. Maybe it's just determined by which is the first in the queue. And I'm, like, way overcomplicating this. Ew. Alright. Let's focus on dodging for a second. Yeah. Traditional Japanese instrumentation and also guitars. Like, the 1950s were long enough ago that they count as traditional in some senses of the word. The bonus triggers every 5 animals. No, that I got. I just wasn't sure what determined what kind of animal it was. Or what kind of bonus you got. I get it. If you have 3 of the same among those 5, you get that animal's bonus. Okay, that makes sense. Does it just not do anything if you whiff, or does it do something else? Alright. We're gonna go with the Otter Spirit this time. Otter Ghost. Otter Ghost. And, this will be the last one where if I die on the 2nd level, I will go back to the title screen, because I imagine most of y'all want to see at least a little bit more of this game. Which, you know, understandable. Have a nice day. More than most games I play on my live streams, it is very difficult to Toho and talk at the same time. So I beg your mercy a little bit. Alright. Shooting will-o-wisps as one does. Also, like, not to be a complainer, but not helping is the fact that the controller setup for this game is very strange. And I don't think you can change it. Which, you know, is maybe my one genuine complaint with these games. Oh, that was just disgusting. I like the otter barrier. But, like, I wish I could remap the focus button to, like, the bumpers or something instead of the fucking circle button. when the shot is on the square, like, it's just a weird little setup. Actually made me wonder if I'd be playing this better if I just used the keyboard. Oh yeah, I got nothing that time. The thing with that, though, is if the keyboard is close enough to the monitor that that's not super practical. Duck and weave. Also, you can't use the D-pad, which is super weird. It only responds to the analog stick. Alright, choice steps. Okay. Now, I think I'm slowly giving myself carpal tunnel with what I'm doing with my thumb here, but, you know. A small price to pay for Dan Maki mastery. Yep. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna actually give using the keyboard a shot. I think I can just, like, yeah. Okay, what? I was hitting the bomb button a bunch by accident. That's my bad. Yes, okay, this is much nicer. Some wrist stretches? That's not a bad idea. It wasn't even the wrist, really. Like, the buttons for shooting and, the focus button where you slow down are across from each other on the joystick. Which is just, like, not how anything works, or should work, ever. But the keyboard's feeling a little bit nicer. I performed abominably on the first level again, but that's fine. Of course, now I'm punching slightly. You know, ergonomics, they're a complex topic. I think that's what that's called. Maybe ergonomics is something else. I don't remember. Also, hey, thank you guys for coming out and watching me talk about bullshit while I play a game about girls shooting each other. I'm just kind of feeling bored today, and, like, I have a thing I gotta do, but I can do it tomorrow with no, like, real detriments, so kind of wanted to give myself a day off, which is a silly thing to say as someone who was technically unemployed, but I meant from, like, all the stuff that I do in lieu of work that people sometimes pay me for if I ask them nicely. Pew pew, indeed. I'm a firing my laser and all that. Yo, like, the fucking duck whistle sound effect, what? Why that? Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, it's mostly just confusing. Which I guess, like, a lot of things in Toho are confusing. could stream Linen one of these days. Like, this is very inside baseball, but I actually think the very different way the bullet patterns in Linen are arranged is actually super interesting. Because, like, it's the one thing that keeps it from feeling like kind of a direct ripoff of Toho, in my opinion. They play very differently, despite being the same kind of game. Wait a minute. Sprite is blocking the screen. I want Eagle. Thank you. I want Fruit Gummy. Ah! I dug too deep and too greedily. Okay, thank you. The otter barrier. Like, actually a lifesaver? Hello, Eric. No, Edwin. I make that mistake every fucking time. I apologize. Just like in my Mega Mans. Goodness. I got the spell card bonus on that one. That's cool, I guess. If, like, deeply irrelevant. Now, I know I'm gonna get shot as soon as I say this, because that's how irony works, but I am playing a little bit better with the keyboard. Also, I just got a message on Discord. See, I told you. Gotta check that real quick. Oh, okay. Ah, shit. I just accidentally called everybody. Whoops.
Hello.
Hello, Sredni. How are you?
Alright, I think I need to use the restroom first.
Oh, okay. Well then, you can join me when you get back.
Okay.
Oh, I will turn the screen share on in the meanwhile, so I don't forget to do it. Share screen or window. There we go. It's ferret hours. Who the fuck up? Smash that MF like button.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Hit the like if you like. Please subscribe and please don't die and all that.
Yeah, like, don't die, definitely. That's, like, the most important of those. If we're, being honest.
No dying, no crying. Unless you really need to, and that's okay. Just, you know, get in chat and be chill. And enjoy yourself. Hi, Inky. Hey, you're from Jane's server, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was I thought it was the same person, but I wasn't totally sure.
Yep, that's my good friend Inky.
Yeah. Good. Alright, I will relieve myself in return. Apologies for being a space cadet.
It's
but
okay.
That's okay. That I hope. Yeah, alright.
I'm being oppressed. This is lesbophobia. Exceedingly transphobic. One of those ones where it looks way more complicated than it is. I understand. Hello, chicken. Stinky chicken. Kinda got that bonus for nothing, but that's alright. Hey, extra heart. If you get a couple more of those, I could actually get an extra life. Wouldn't that be something? I'm not trying to get the eagle tokens every time, but, you know, it is what it is.
Hello.
Hello again.
I actually died.
Oh no.
But I was resurrected by the Gantz Orb, but it turns out that actually it's not like they say in the comic, because Hiroya Oku has some issues that he needs to work out. It turns out that my only condition for survival is to pet exactly one cat a day and get totally blazed 420 every 2 months.
Oh, that sounds like pretty doable.
Yeah, it's doable.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to find a dealer, but that's about it.
Go to the nearest college campus and find the lankiest white guy you can.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I don't know. I'll ask people I know who you know,
Engage in the
know.
herbalistic arts.
Engage the herbalistic arts. Oh Lord.
Hey, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can. I definitely can.
Excellent.
There is Toho happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Untranslated Toho, so we get to make up our own story.
Oh dear.
I will, this might become a Shapes and Forms staple, we will see.
I would enjoy that.
The only
honestly.
problem with, Toho on Shapes and Forms is that Toho requires significantly more focus than, like, anything else we would be playing on the show. So I don't know how good it would be for commentary, but we'll see.
Yeah, but the fact is that even if you lose, it's fun to look at.
I guess that's true.
Like, that's kind of like a big part of the appeal of Bullet Hell to me, is just that it is entrancing.
It is definitely fun to look at. Haru said something, but I can't actually read it right now.
Haru was saying that he is amazed you can talk at all while doing this.
Yeah, you know, it's a learned skill. That's all I will say.
Yeah, it's like, and a lot of it is like rhythmically based, you know.
Sort of, like, not in the way that you might, not in the way you might think, but like, a lot of these patterns are meant to look more intimidating than they actually are, but because this is my first time playing the game, I don't know where the safe spots are.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. But so, like, but yeah, so, I don't know, I'm just appreciating colors.
It's a colorful game. I was saying a little bit ago, I want to play Lenen sometime, stream that.
Yeah.
Which is a very similar series, except in the fact that the way the bullet patterns are constructed is, like, completely different.
Yeah, and also every character is, like, they, them pronouns.
Yeah. I believe the creator, Jinx, is also non-binary, but don't quote me on that, I'm not 100% sure.
I wouldn't be surprised. There is, you know, like a whole...
It is Len''. And those games are free, so if you want to go try those, they are out there in the wild.
That being an indication that the pronunciation is like 4 beats long rather than 3 beats long.
So what? It's like what? It's like Lenen then?
Renen. Because like the N is almost its own syllable.
Oh Jesus!
Like final N in Japanese is its own.
I am but a baby gamer.
Oh wow, this is hardcore.
Yeah, this game takes place in hell, and like I think combined with the last one that he set here, we're establishing a pattern like the ones that take place in hell are the hard ones, like the really hard
Well, I mean,
ones.
they call it bullet hell.
Yeah,
I mean, so if it's in hell, it's doubling down.
yeah, I got yeeted.
Now I'm just thinking of the Jigoku tourism anthem from Kozuki no Reitetsu,
Yeah.
which is a good show.
The other thing I will say about Linen is that in my opinion it is way the fuck harder than Toho. So like, do be careful.
Oh man.
It's a lot more reflex intensive, and there's much less opportunity for memorization.
Yeah, I am like not even baby gamer. I am fetus gamer. So
Fetus Gamer, my favorite YouTube channel. Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Fetus Gamer here. Coming at you live from inside the fallopians.
Not inside the fallopians. That would be a very bad pregnancy.
I don't actually know
the uterus.
Anything about anatomy.
I am
for any genitalia combination.
I am in the gaming uterus right now.
Fetus Gamer is Isaac. Yes, we're gonna be playing that later on.
But yeah, it's like, like, you know,
there we go.
being fed by my gaming umbilical cord.
Oh hey, this is that character that
Ectopic gamer. Oh.
Ectopic gamer.
Oh fucking hell. Yeah, like then you're in the fallopians.
Maybe he moves around in there. This is gross.
Oh,
we
dear.
should talk about something else. I apologize.
Yeah, but honestly, this is like the most me, you, and Harrispex conversation that is humanly possible.
Perhaps, but there are other people here, and other people might watch the VOD. So
true, but we're the important part.
Now listen.
Yeah.
Here's the story.
Yeah, other people exist.
Fuck.
I can respect that. But, you know, just remember that, like, there are other people.
Something Common People by William Shatner and Ben Folds. We're gonna fight the Butch Dragon. It's alright, everybody.
Butch Dragon?
Yes. I think she's a dragon. Well, like a long, like a Chinese dragon.
Yeah, like
Asian
well,
dragon.
specifically like oh god, what are they called? The Yingdong are the ones that are like.
Okay, we got tree bullets. Ooh,
they're the ones with the
okay.
wings.
Whoa.
There are actually Chinese dragons with wings, and they're like really ancient ones.
Okay. To be clear, there are not like actually Chinese dragons with wings, but they are a mythological presence.
I mean, no, I'm saying like but there's a specific type in Chinese mythology of like very old, very powerful dragons that have these weird branch-like wings.
Yeah, I think she's supposed to be that.
And they often assume human-like forms, and they have, but they generally still have dragon heads. But even when they take more human forms, they often have like weird dragon-like features.
Yeah.
There's some.
Is claiming she's a turtle dragon, which might be true.
Jijiao. Yeah, but
heart,
yeah, like there are also like the ones with the like turtle shell carapace things going on. There are a bunch of kinds of Chinese dragons most people don't like. They think of like the one main type of long, but there are actually a couple.
Also, calling them Chinese dragons is in of itself like a reductive comparison because they're not, you know, it's a separate mythological tradition.
Yeah, I mean,
sounds
although
quite
Japanese,
furry.
although like, I mean, it is pretty furry. Let's get real. But like, yeah, Japanese dragons are similar.
Oh,
but,
that's a carapace. Huh.
like,
Also, I ran out of continues. R.I.P.
Oof.
Who should I
Wily
play as
beast and
now? Vote on your
but-
phones.
But like, actually, yeah, like, but yeah, Japanese dragons are very similar to Chinese dragons, but they do have a slightly different mythological significance.
And they got one more claw, don't they?
Yeah, that's one, like, that's one of the parts that is, like, one of the subtle aesthetic parts, but also they have, like, different roles.
I only know about that because when I was younger, I read a mythological book, and, like a book about mythology from around the world. And allegedly, there's, like, a thing where, I forget which one has more claws, but it's either that, Chinese people claim that the Chinese dragon lost a toe when it was crossing Asia, and Japanese people claim that it gained one, or it's the other way around.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah.
But also,
Who
like,
am I playing as, folks?
Like, dragons in Chinese myth tend to be more, they're more directly associated with local gods. Like, they're specifically, you know, fertility deities, essentially. Just, you know,
Sword Ghost. Alright.
apomorphized fertility.
We're gonna play as Yomu.
The Japanese mythology, intelligence, and all that, and are very.
Hey, Sredni.
So there's the whole line about how Susanoo has
Sredni?
gets super fucking drunk.
Sredni! Hold on.
And beheads it.
I think my internet might be fucking up.
Oof.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, no, you know what that was? Fucking, Explorer restarted. Like, the taskbar restarted.
Wow, huh.
That was weird.
That's bizarre.
Yeah. Anyway, Sredni, how much do you know about Yomu?
Yomu, not a ton. I know that, gender-flipped Yomu shows up in a few doujins I've read.
Sredni. Please.
I'm not gonna say more.
Please. Sword Ghost is a good way to put it.
Sword Ghost is
I
best.
totally forgot about this mechanic.
Incidentally, Sword
Whoa.
Ghost is
Ooh.
is
Seizure warning. I apologize.
oof.
That was
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, Sword Ghost is my favorite gender, and one I aspire to.
instead of just her grandpa aged down. Yeah, that's a good point. Yomu's grandfather is like one of the few male Toho characters that like has any powers.
Has any significance.
Yeah, and I don't think he's ever been in a game. I think he's like limited to one of the manga or something. Well, no, I know he's never been in a game, but I think he's from one of the manga or something.
That makes sense.
I totally forgot about this like charge up mechanic where you can have her flash out in front of her. Even though it's like literally the entire basis of her character. Does Yomu not have a normal gun? No. That's like the gimmick of her when she shows up in these games. Is that she does not shoot, really. Like, she has like a little pea shooter, but she doesn't, like...
She mostly seems to, well, going by this, slash.
Yeah, like, you hold down the focus button to charge up her sword, and then you slash with it. Like, again...
Which is that is extremely fucking anime.
is
just
really good. And, like,
yeah.
she is by far the hardest character to use in every game she's in, but also, like...
Oof.
But, like, sort of, you know?
I can imagine it being difficult but rewarding.
I thought he had a canon appearance, but it might be that I've just seen, like, that one fan art that everybody knows of him so often that I think it's his canon appearance. Where he looks like a fucking, like, the protagonist of an old samurai manga from the 70s.
I mean, that is pretty good.
See, the fun part about Yomu is that you can't really do anything about spell cards like this because the slash doesn't reach high enough.
Oof.
Or maybe it was and I just didn't notice. I might actually just be a fool.
Maybe you just have to charge a really long time.
Nah, there's a maximum.
Okay, well maybe get it, like, straight up to max, and then just, like, get real close, and wham. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I think that it's, you know, a risk-reward thing. Also, who is this lady with the hair?
You mean the boss that I just finished fighting?
Yeah, the boss you just finished.
I forget her name, and it doesn't seem to be on screen right now. But she's, there's that thing in Japanese mythology where, there's, like, children in the underworld that stack rock piles, and if you'll notice, she's actually sitting on one.
Oh.
That's, like, what her deal is.
She is very cute, and I like her hair.
Every Toho character is cute.
That is true.
Except the Watatsuki sisters. Real ones, no. Anyway, how are you, Sredni? I'm, like, dealing with post-Synfigure depression, so I'm alright.
I'm dealing with, well, okay, not so much today, but have been for the last couple of days, just, like, everything depression, so.
Yeah, it's like that sometimes.
Yeah, life can be like that. It's like...
Sometimes life is one hell of a ride.
Sometimes brain chemicals just be like that.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah, and I don't know. But, and I was just super bored a lot. But today I've been actually pretty alright.
That's good.
But, like, unfortunately, like, I am low-key addled on, like, headache meds and stuff.
You know, like, take this how you want to. I do not mean it disrespectfully, but you don't really seem much different than normal. You seem a little tired.
That's
like,
fair. I mean, like, granted...
Did I just get an achievement? I did!
The thing about me is that I'm, like, hyper-aware of my own physical state, even if it isn't necessarily observable to other people. So
yeah.
I'm like, you know, I think, wow, I probably sound stoned as fuck, and I'm like, no, actually, I just sound tired.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the difference between, like, benignly stoned and tired in terms of how you sound is very small to begin with. And that's true with most people, I think.
Yeah, true point. And also because, like, just my natural thought processes and speaking cadences have made more than one person think I was high when I was perfectly normal.
There was a guy, to just deliver the, you know, usual weekly or bi-weekly dose of Reddit silliness. There was a guy on r/HipHopHeads a few days ago that posted this, like, really long, bizarre rant about how he felt that music was slowing down, like, progression-wise. And it was, like, I'm not making it sound anywhere near as funny as it is, but it was just the weirdest fucking thing I've read in a long time.
Well, do you mean, like, in terms of, like, actually changing less?
Yeah. I think.
Okay,
I
because,
honestly,
like,
it was a little bit difficult to tell what he was on about, if I'm being honest.
because like in terms of literally popular music, there's actually was a recent analysis of the tempi of #1 singles in the last 5 years, and actually it's gone down significantly from like most pop songs are generally in a range around 120 beats a minute.
Sorry, did you just use the word tempi instead of tempos?
Yes, that's
a thing?
Yeah, that's the plural of it. It's from Italian.
Fucking hate Latin.
It's from Italian.
Italian's just Latin with more spaghetti sauce.
It's Latin but fun.
Latin
basically.
but fun.
As opposed to kind of bullshit. But I mean, Latin is still cool and all, but it is a little bit bullshit.
Oh, hey, Marone. I'm glad you liked it.
Yay! So actually, and a big part of it is because the thing about I think part of it, and they didn't really touch on this in the thing that I was watching, was like that a lot of trap instrumentals are at around like 67 beats per minute, roughly, but that the actual rapping, because it uses a lot of like triplet flows and things, actually faster. So the implied tempo is actually a little more upbeat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, like
I was thinking about like my own music, and then I realized I've literally never made a trap instrumental, so I don't know how fast.
Yeah, like I mean, like it's sort of like to me in a way like old school, like the original sense of dubstep, where it's at very slow tempos, but then like but that's because the percussion is like at 2 different speeds at the same time.
Yeah.
Like that you'll have these like fast triplet hi-hats and things, which aren't like quite the same as like trap hi-hats. They're more like that, or like snares like that, that kind of rhythm, where you're like, you're nodding. You know what I mean? It's
my
beat,
only
and the bass
exposure.
Goes,
my only exposure to like pre-bro step dubstep was Burial, who, to my understanding, is not really typical as a genre.
I mean, he's not super typical, no, but he does have certain characteristics which are, like, you know, decidedly in that, you know, like, he has that vibe, you know?
Yeah.
Like, also, like, you can see the precursor to that in Massive Attack tracks like Angel. You know, that you know, that bass line.
I
over
also
top of
like Burial. Why do I keep wanting to pronounce his name as Burial? That's not a thing.
Yeah, that would be pretty weird.
That's not how that word is said anywhere on Earth.
But yeah, like Massive Attack's Angel just like snaps right into my head when I think of it, because it's like it's got that like 4/4 bass line, but like the
Metro Boomer.
The percussion is all like at half speed, and you've got that nodding kind of feel, and the vocals are like super dubby and like distant and spacious, and it's really menacing. That's
a good point, Sredni, but have you considered that Metro Boomer?
Metro Boomer? Oh, no.
I actually have no idea how old Metro Boomer is.
I don't either.
He's called Young Metro on one of his producer tags, but that doesn't mean anything. So
yeah, fair point.
Who knows?
Like,
gonna find out the dude's like 65.
Probably not. Although you never know. Honestly. Like, there are, you know, musicians who, you know... You do know that Sia is, like, 44 or something. Right?
I did know that, actually, but that's because, like, every profile of her makes a big
She's had
deal out of her age for some reason.
because this whole idea, like there does seem to be like a weird, uncomfortable obsession with women like being past their prime if they're over 30.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's kind of bad. But it's also because it's like she had like a career as a singer-songwriter for like over a decade before she started ghostwriting pop music.
She well, and like before she became a solo artist, she did that for a while.
Yeah,
like,
it's like
she wrote some stuff for
she...
Rihanna, right? That was her.
Yeah, well, what happened was, she was like an indie singer-songwriter of kind of like, like not singer-songwriter in the sense of like just folky music, but like she did sort of kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. I'm not super familiar with her work, but like lightly artsy, pop-leaning and rock-leaning stuff with, like a lot of nuance, a lot of stuff going on. And then she just started writing songs for people like Rihanna, because she was getting tired of being in the limelight and, it paid well and she liked writing pop music. And then eventually she just decided, fuck it, I am going to make pop music myself. And went back.
Well, she does that whole thing, and it's partially marketing, but I do imagine some of it comes down to a genuine desire to not have every fucking person on planet Earth know what you look like. Where
absolutely.
she'll have like
the wig.
Yeah, head dummies with like the wig and stuff.
Yeah, like she wears like the wig that covers her face essentially.
Fun fact
and stuff like that.
In one of the most just random references to anything I've ever seen in an anime, that wig shows up in an episode of Flip Flappers on a doll.
That's pretty great. And also I need to rewatch Flip Flappers because I missed like the last 2 episodes, and the rest of the show was so fucking good that I'm just like...
You should just rewatch Flip Flappers anyway. It's like an all-time great. Yasuko from Melt Banana is 46 and sounds like a shrill teenager, and it's amazing.
Yeah, she's badass. And also, like, Melt Banana have been around, like, they've been around since the 90s, so, like, she's been in it since she was in her 20s. Like, which is nuts. Like, you think about it, it's like, it's fucking, and they're still, like, that intense. Like, granted, they're not, like, basically a grind band anymore, but they're like still doing like this batshit insane stuff, and it's like there are really 2 primary members. It's like the guitar dude and her, and they've been around forever, and it's like I have a ton of respect for that. I like just keep doing what you're doing and become the best at it. And yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting kind of lost in the lights over here.
Understandable. Holy cow, that's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, also, Yomu's bomb animation is, like, incredibly anime.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, this is very, very fucking anime.
You guys ever just cut a bunch of lasers out of the sky with your sword?
I mean, I've never really had the chance because my sword is currently in storage due to moving. And also, like, the laser technique was only something I recently became aware of. But, I mean, if necessary, if it becomes necessary in my mission of petting cats and smoking dank, then, it will be important, possibly.
I stopped the explosion with a martial arts technique.
Oh, Lord.
Stretching the fingers. Stretching the fingers. Alright.
Oh no.
I'm probably going to run out of continues here, but that's fine.
It's red, white, and blue. It's the current state of America.
Like, you're making a joke, but a lot of people who, have, like, deep reading Toho has only become recently a thing people do, but a lot of people have, picked apart the plot of this game and been like, it's basically about, American imperialism, and I'm not kidding.
Yeah, like, it becomes pretty obvious with Zune, like, over time, that, like, the guy is, like, a hardline, left-wing anti-authoritarian.
Yeah. I'm gonna play
like,
as Marissa now, because we haven't done Marissa yet.
Who also, you know, just, like, fucking loves his anime and, beer.
Basically, like, you know, the guy's opinions are not secret.
Yeah, like, really not. And, like, and I do love that, like, he designs lunatic mode while plastered. That's his thing.
The guy is certainly a character.
Yeah, I adore like everything about Toho in some ways. Just
it's like, in complete sincerity, probably one of my favorite just like overall art things ever.
It is, yeah, it's like it is all the, in a way, it's like all the best aspects of, you know, if you're going to analyze something from an auteur perspective, and yet also it's like just wild in and of itself.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
delightful.
Like, the games wow, that was bad. The games, at least, that's just Zun. Like, there's I don't think anybody else has worked on a mainline Toho game since before the reboot in, like, 2000.
Yeah, like, that's what I mean, is, like, this is one guy doing, like, all the music, all the programming, all the writing, all the everything. And that's insane in and of itself.
Yeah.
And just, like, and he's a total character.
Yes.
And has a very distinctive vibe. And just
Zune is like one of like 3 people that make stuff I really like that I would not pass up the opportunity to hang out with.
Yeah.
Largely, I am of the opinion that you should never meet your idols, but Zune is one of the few exceptions.
Yeah, there are exceptions.
But fangirling aside, this is like good video games.
Yeah.
I'm loving these like little mini rockets I'm spitting out here.
Yeah.
I go back and forth on whether I like Reimu or Marissa more as far as the main Toho protagonists go.
Makes sense.
But I like Marissa's attack animations a lot. Thread the needle. Why do I keep doing that? Nothing drops when that goes. Oh, you guys want to go to the rave?
I'm just hearing.
I got lights. No, no, like a good rave.
That's that's a decent track.
Where do you download Toho games? Oh, they're on Steam. How much are they each? I don't remember. Somebody look that up for me. You know, obviously there's other places around the internet that you can get them, but it's like, that's where you can actually buy them usually. Before they were available on Steam, which is a fairly recent development, people got them from Mariah Shrine, which was a just general Toho content hub. I don't know if they still offer them, but you should buy them if you can. Like, I'm not particularly hardline anti-piracy about much of anything, but again, like, Toho's pretty much just the one guy.
Just support this man in whatever way you can, is the basic idea.
Buy them at the actual Suwa Shrine. I feel like they probably don't like that. They've developed a connection to Toho there, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean,
because the Grand Suwa is like one of the most important temples in Japan.
I mean, I wonder if it's like, you know, just like a shrug kind of situation.
Well,
you know,
landmarks that get famous because of anime tend to have one of two perspectives on it, which is either, hey, we can milk these idiots for money, or, oh god,
or,
how do we get rid of these people?
Yeah.
Like, the one that was in Lucky Star, I know, went really hard on the,
oh, yeah.
like, just sell anime merch because fuck it.
Yeah, it was like...
thought.
Because, I mean, and part of it also comes from, I think, like, I think it's a combination of the attitude of the people who live there and work there, combined with, you know, like, the state that the place was in before it got known.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, this is an opportunity to revitalize this place and get people to actually care about this thing.
Yeah.
And
you know, I think it's doing well now, even you know, long after Lucky Star has stopped being a going concern, really.
Oh yeah, like Lucky Star is a massive cult thing in Japan, from what I am aware of, and it's like stuff like that. Well, actually, Kyoto Animation in general has been like a massive tourist boon to a lot of places.
Yeah, like KyoAni. Still, this is still something of a delicate subject because of the fire being in recent memory.
Yeah.
But, KyoAni, like, regardless of what you think about their shows, I'm not a huge fan of most of them, but, like, they treat their employees very well, and they're, like, good for the economy, which is more than you can say about a lot of anime studios.
And they seem to have, like, a legitimate respect for the places that they use as reference, because it's like, it's essentially almost like a hometown thing, kind of, like, they draw on these places because they're significant to them and they fit what they're trying to go for.
Yeah.
Or, if it's based on, say, a novel or something, they try to make it look like the place it's actually set in.
Yeah.
Like, their attention to detail, if nothing else, is, you know...
Okay.
Really astounding.
Not to interrupt, but I think this is going to be the last Toho run I do for a bit. I'm going to switch over to Isaac after this one, because I think my brain is a little bit fried right now.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Just like running into huge-ass bullets that I should have no problem dodging. But,
so,
go on.
who is this, like, is she a cow girl?
Yeah, I don't remember what the deal is with her. She's like a fisherwoman, I think, but also she's got like a little stone baby. I don't remember what the deal is.
That seems like a distinct Japanese myth deep cut.
Yeah.
That we're missing out on.
Somebody explained it to me at one point. Well, there's a link to the Toho wiki if anybody wants to read it.
I mean, but again, like, yeah, the character designs in this are adorable.
She raises dinosaurs in the river. Yeah, that's right.
That is a good career decision or life application.
Ushi Oni, which I assume literally just means cow demon. Do they have cows in Japan? I've never thought about this before.
Yes, they do.
They do?
Like,
okay.
I mean, this is a little bit, you know, well, not gruesome, but you know what I mean. Is like, I mean, Kobe beef is like one of the most famous things.
Yeah, of course.
Like, cows were one of the, I think it's like, actually, like, cows, like, that sort of agriculture was only introduced to Japan fairly late by, like, the Chinese.
Okay.
So, but at the same time, they were able to raise, you know, like, there aren't a lot of places you can raise, like, cows or, you know, I mean, chickens are a little more common, that sort of thing. But, like,
I love
cows...
chickens.
But cows can only really be raised in, like, the lowlands of places like Kansai. But the places that do have them, it's, like, kind of a big deal.
I wonder if that's where the whole, like, the Kansai region is Texas dubbing trope comes from.
That's part of it. It's also because they have, like, that really distinctive accent.
Yeah, and, like, the reputation as being basically, like, yokels, which is probably not accurate, but that's...
Well, yeah, it's like, because it's... Well, not necessarily yokels, it's that they're often... It's like this weird mashup of, like, you know, stereotypes that people have about New York mashed up with stereotypes that people have about, like, Texas here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's a very... Because it's, like, again, it is one of the biggest... Like, there's that three-city metropolitan area, which is one of the biggest in Japan, and really in the world by population. But it's also has most of the farmland in Japan.
I'm going to reveal my ignorance as a foreigner, but it's Osaka and the other two, which I can never remember the names of.
Osaka, Kobe, and Kyoto.
Okay.
Which used to be the capital of Japan.
Yeah. Like, I just can't ever remember which three it is for some reason.
Yeah, the three major historical capitals of Japan were Nara, which was, you know, the capital forever, then Kyoto, and then finally Edo,
Osaka,
which got renamed.
2 Saka and 3 Saka. I think that's wrong.
No, but yeah, like, Osaka has, like, Osaka's the one that they stereotype the most, but, like, Kobe, you know, is, like, a pretty big deal, and, like, Kyoto, again, is, like, Kyoto has a very distinct culture, and, like, stuff that comes out of Kyoto is, like, and again, it's, like, Kyoto animation, animating stuff that takes place in Kyoto.
That's why they're called that.
Yeah,
I
but
somehow,
like,
this is gonna sound like a joke, but I've literally never made that connection.
But also,
oh
like,
god,
Kyoto...
what? Hold on. Pick a time. Fucking Windows updates trying to restart the computer.
Jesus.
Reschedule, restart. I've got like 5 minutes to do this before the computer shuts down automatically. No, you can do that tomorrow. Thank you.
So, I mean, but it's also like...
that works? Yes, okay, cool.
Is that, like... But there's also stuff like, the novels of Tomohiko Morimi, who did, you know, the Tatami Galaxy, Night is Short, Walk On Girl, and The Eccentric Family. All of his stuff is set in Kyoto, and people explicitly talk in the Kyoto dialect.
Did I ever tell you,
his work?
That, Night is Short, Walk On Girl was playing at a theater near here? And I couldn't go because I only found out the night of, and they were only showing it for that one night, like, twice. And then not anymore after that.
I am so sorry.
Hey, I mean, it is what it is. Like, I can watch the movie whenever I want. It's not really a
true
problem.
point. But at the same time,
it's just like I wish
it's a good film to actually see in a theater.
Like this happened with the otherwise very different Promar too. That had 2 days where it was in theaters here, and then it was done. And it bothers me, because it's like, oh, what are they showing instead? A billion Marvel movies for the 1000th time. Like, not to get all hoity-toity on anybody.
Nah, but I mean,
it's just like,
I'm allowed to be the heel in this, and I'm gonna say there are Marvel affiliated movies that are good, but there are only like 3 good Marvel movies.
I mean, I don't really like any of them either, but like, it would be disingenuous to pretend that anime and Marvel movies were not like
tons of sucky anime.
We're not like the same level of cultural It's not like I'm complaining about not being able to see like Midsommar or something.
I mean, not being able to see Midsommar sucks too. You know, but it's a different, I mean, totally different thing. But I don't know. Like, I think there is still, like, nonetheless, like, a different kind of, like, even if it's not necessarily as, obviously story-wise dense, like, there is an aesthetic value, a deep aesthetic value in a lot of anime films that's, worth appreciating in its own
that
way.
you could argue is missing from Western stuff. I get that.
Yeah, it's like, it's a different thing.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know, this sort of thing.
People who know a lot more about movies than I do, tell me that the Marvel movies are, like, not well, what the hell is the term? Like, the cinematography is not very good. It's the thing that I always hear.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like, a lot of them are very flatly filmed. The structures are weird. They don't have, like, a good amount of build-up, and they too often do rely on that comic book shorthand without feeling like a good comic book should.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like they're just, and the funny thing is, like, that a lot of the people involved in these things can, like, put out quality material. It's just that they're, like, essentially doing the most rote, like, pseudo-populist interpretations of this material that they can, finding the most accessible, well, supposedly accessible, like, mediocre material in these back catalogs to adapt. Like, the interesting stuff, funnily enough, is a lot of it is, like, these TV or streaming adaptations of things that, like, DC is doing, like, with Doom Patrol is pretty interesting, even if the budget isn't nearly the same level.
Yeah.
Like,
we can talk about this more in a minute. I want to go use the restroom real quick and get something to drink. Everybody in the chat, if you would like to support the channel, there are links to do that below the viewing window. If you're not subscribed to the channel, be sure to do that so you know when I go live with all of my great content. I will leave it to you to decide how sarcastic I'm being. Thank you, as always, to Trey for our very good banners that I like a lot.
Yes.
Very extremely aesthetic. I will be back in a minute with some Binding of Isaac.
Okay.
See you guys in a sec.
Distressingly, I also have to run off and relieve myself again. Great. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna leave you in the dark. Don't die. I return. But Jane is not back yet. Alack. And alas. So hey, Chad, how you doing this afternoon? Yeah. Uh, I don't know. I have so many questions in life, but there are so few answers to questions in life. What is anything? Basically, meaning words. Deep statement. Deep statements. Deep statements. Words, words, words. Okay, Sorrow, I'll stop. Yeah. The slow realization that you are trapped with me.
I'm back.
But-a-do.
Yes.
I was just... You just saved me from, like, completely embarrassing myself by having nothing of any meaning to say. And just rambling in complete nonsense for a minute straight.
I just, like, was badly... Not even singing, just, like, vaguely making the shape of Metanoia the theme to the 5th season of Symphogear.
Yeah, but I mean, but I was
Which
saying
is a
just
great
literally
song.
I was literally saying the words, what is life, meaning basically anything, deep statement, deep statement.
You alright, Sredni?
I'm tired.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Like, what happened was I went to sleep at 9:30-ish.
Oh no!
Okay, here's what happened.
I just realized that the chat has been hidden this whole stream.
What?
Well, not for you. You can see it over here in the window, but the little box. I had the banner up behind the game window, so it wasn't visible. That's my bad. I'm very sorry about that.
That sucks. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But so what happened was I went to sleep at 9:45.
Uh-huh.
I woke up at about 12:45, and I didn't get back to sleep until like 7 in the morning.
Oh dear.
It sucked. And then I woke up at like 1:30.
And then you came here, basically.
And then I arrived here eventually. Yes.
Yeah, that was only like an hour, like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, well, okay, a couple more than that. It's about 5:30.
Right, you're in a different time zone than I am. Forgot.
Yeah. Yeah,
anyway,
like just 1 hour off, but you know.
Yeah. But
basic idea.
Like, God, this is so like sedate compared to Toho.
Yeah, which is weird because it's like there's dirt and organs everywhere.
Yeah, and like Isaac's not exactly like an easy game itself.
But it's just so much less, you know.
It's just not that.
It's not pure sensory overload.
The sinus infection. Alright.
Oh dear.
Gross.
Ew. As someone who has gotten multiple sinus infections in their life, that is just unpleasant.
Yeah. Hey, you think you have it bad? But fucking...
Oh yeah, you've got the ear infection.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Well, it's not even an ear infection.
Oh, the hole in the
Yeah,
oh,
like
boy.
there's a perforation in my eardrum, so all the stuff that's connected back there just feeds into each other without getting too specific. If one of them has a problem, all three of them have a problem.
Once you got your insurance situation fixed up, yeah, boy, you need to get that looked at.
That's like a surgery thing, and I think it's pretty expensive, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, if it's covered by insurance, you know.
I'm definitely
then
gonna
that
look
helps
into
a
it.
lot.
I just don't know if I'll be able to do it. Hey, the magic mushroom. This is a really good item.
Oh, hey,
All stats up, and it makes you slightly larger.
makes you one pill makes you larger.
There's literally
And
there's literally pills in this game called one makes you larger and one makes you smaller.
Oh man, this is oh god. That's a really good song too, and it doesn't have a chorus.
There's
Like, if you've ever...
like the pills in this game are references to all sorts of stuff. There's a balls of steel pill which gives you spirit hearts. The one mod that I used to have installed added even more of them. There was flight sticks which flipped around your controls.
Oh
and
no.
There was It's Raining Somewhere Else, which changed the background music to this like sad piano theme.
It's raining. Oh,
which
that's
is
because,
it's a
in
song
Undertale.
from the Undertale soundtrack. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
It's just like a very odd mood juxtaposition. This game and that one.
do 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 do. Especially that scene.
Yes.
You know, like with
Another
Sans
all-stat
explaining things to you.
Yeah. I getting good items today. The Cambion Conception is okay. Eye of Belial's pretty good. Alright.
Yeah, but like, yeah. Incidentally, it's like I feel like people really don't talk about the quiet scenes in Undertale very much, but they're pretty good.
Like, I actually think that that's where that game was at its strongest, was the, I love my wife. No, that's a different thing entirely.
No, I thought that was Chance the Rapper.
Yeah, that's Chance.
Well,
I
it's
love
that
my
and
wife.
Kimura from Azumanga Daioh.
No! We don't talk about that here.
We can talk about the rest of Azumanga Daioh, but not him.
Pockets. Okay. Yeah, I actually really like Azumanga Daioh. That's like up there as far as like all-time favorite anime. Part of that, admittedly, is nostalgia, but that's like it has a little bit of the Seinfeld thing going on, where like
so many shows have kind of ripped it off.
Like that's the whole school life comedy genre.
Yeah, it's like that one and like a tiny handful of other really early
ones.
ones.
There's a couple other ones. There's like a Strawberry Panic, I think it was called.
Yeah, I mean, there's also
like
Doki Doki School Hours.
Doki Doki School Hours. There's a few of them, but like
Azumanga Daioh
is the template. Yeah,
is the template setter. Although there are ones that came like after that are distinctly different that had other influences in the genre.
Yeah,
like Hidamari's Sketch or K-On!
Well, the other big one I would say is Lucky Star.
Lucky Star for
That's
sure.
the one where you could like you made it obvious that you didn't have to like ground the characters really. You could just make them weird.
Yeah,
Which,
I mean,
like
true.
There's some fairly weird characters in Azumanga, but none of them are really that silly.
Like, admittedly, what I've seen of like with Lucky Star is like it isn't as wacky as like a lot of later stuff that followed.
No, well, the other one I was gonna say that was that had a huge impact was Nichijou.
Nichijou is Nichijou, but Nichijou in a way, like, and people talked about it a lot when it first came out, was it feels like a spiritual successor to Azumanga Daioh while being more extreme in its
I
absurdity.
actually don't agree with that. Like, I've heard that opinion before, but I don't really think... Like, it takes the basic framework for the school life setup, but Nichijou is so defined by how, like, ridiculous everything is that I think you can pretty easily make the argument that it's kind of its own thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Enough
Although I do think, though, that there is one sort of thing that it succeeded on Azumanga Daioh with, but really ran with it in a way, is, like, the elements of Azumanga Daioh where it's, like, essentially inside of the characters' heads. And it feels like Nichijou is just nothing but that.
Kind of.
You know what I mean?
Like, the other thing is, like, Nichijo's, the whole, like, super wacky, like, slapstick and cold face setup has been so influential that it's kind of just sort of the default mode for stuff like that anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's been, like, there's Asabase, fucking, Wasteful Days of the High School Girl this past season. Most of these, incidentally, are not very good because it's hard to do what Nichijou did and have it be actually funny. Yeah.
But that's also because, like,
Geo School
Nichijou is very... it's like... I think it's, again, the sort of thing is, if you're going to have characters in those situations, even if they're not going to be grounded, they have to, like, be...
You have to... The thing... The way I always put it, and the first show I know of that made this mistake was the anime for Plastic Nissan, but it's been made many times since. Was that the characters have to seem like they don't fucking hate each other.
Well, that's one thing, yeah. Like, but another thing is it's helpful that there's, I mean, I guess it's a stretch to call it verisimilitude, but there's that feeling of, yeah, it makes sense how they're responding in these situations given what these characters are, even if they're not remotely realistic people.
Right, like an internal logic to it, is what you
Like there is an internal logic to the characters that feels like if you place them in different situations, you could interpret what they would do given the information you have about them.
The other mistake that I think a lot of shows that try to copy what they do make is that the characters are not very developed. They're kind of just...
Yeah, like Nichijou has, like, a few characters who, like, you kind of get where they're coming from with things.
Well, I would argue
going on.
I would argue like the entire main cast.
Well, yeah. Like granted, I didn't get far enough into it to get like a lot, of
okay,
stuff.
Well, I've seen the whole show multiple times. So.
I mean, partly because it's like it's weird. It's like Nichijou in small bursts is like the best thing ever, but like I can't marathon it.
Well,
it just exhausts the shit out of me.
It's a lot. But
and it's like, it's like these people are people.
Yeah.
With lives and shit going on.
Yeah, like the characters have consistency to them, which is
especially the android lady. I like her a lot.
The one I know who you mean, and I am for some reason unable to remember her name right now.
Yeah, and the one with the key in her back, who's like the creation of the, little tiny girl, and is basically her robo-mom.
Yeah. Actually, what's another show that did this whole style very well, and I never see it brought up anymore, is Pawnee Pony Dash.
Yeah, Pawnee Pony Dash, and also Pawnee Pony Dash is worth noting because it's like, it is one of the first shows that Akiyuki Shinbo did with Shaft.
It's a really good show.
And it's also one of the first directing credits under Shinbo of Shin Onuma, who went on to be like the guy who's basically the main director at Silverlink. Which, he's not necessarily...
What have they done? Like, I know the name.
Watamote, right Baka, and Test.
Okay, yeah.
Like a lot of like shows that aren't necessarily... Well, okay, I've heard good things about Watamote, but mostly shows that it's like...
Watamote, the manga, is a lot better than the show.
That's fair. But I mean, I've seen some of... Like, going by what I've seen of his work and what I know about his work is, like, his directing style is subtler than Shinbo's. And he usually picks, like, material that's, like, not great, but he, like, does it well.
Yeah.
Like, he's a competent director with moments of, like, restrained artistic flair.
I think that he probably did the best he could, given that the part of Watamote that the anime adapts is the weakest part of the manga.
That makes complete sense. And it's also
but the anime never got to what is, in my opinion, kind of the point of that show.
That's fair.
Which is the the parts where I'm blanking on her name. What is the main character's name?
God. Tomoko.
Tomoko. The parts where Tomoko starts realizing that, like, it's not, like, she's not actually being, like, oppressed by society. The reason people don't like her is because she's a jerk. Like...
And also, well, I mean,
like,
also...
there's a lot more to it than that, but...
Admittedly, a jerk with massive anxiety problems, from what I
like,
understand, which is sad.
The real crux of Watamote is the parts where she, like, starts growing out of all that, which is, like...
Yeah, exactly.
Which is most of the manga. Like, it's only the first, like, volume or two that really fixate on the whole cringe comedy thing.
Well, like, not even necessarily, like, that, you know, you're not necessarily laughing at the character, you're more, like, going, oh. Like, it can be funny, but it's also like, I
think, and this is as much a problem with, like, American anime fan culture as it is a problem with the show, but I think a lot of people watched Watamote and were like, haha, relatable. And that's not what you're supposed to get out of that series.
Well, no, you can be... Well, I mean, I think it's like... You can have something be relatable in the sense that you've been there as someone who's grown out of it.
Yeah, no, well, no, that's not what I mean. Like, I mean...
That's what I'm talking about, is that, like, from people who I know of who actually seem to, like, really get something out of the show or resonated with it, or alternately people who found it, like, too uncomfortable to watch, was that it is relatable in that it is, I used to be this person.
Yeah.
And that's kind of both sympathetic and horrifying.
Yeah. Well, like, what I'm talking about is the people who...
idolize the character.
Yeah, essentially, and think that that's, like, a good way to do things. Which is almost literally the opposite of what you're supposed to think.
And especially given, like, how much... Like, from what I understand, like, that there's also stuff going on with the character, like, with her dealing with, like, what is clearly, like, horrifying internalized misogyny and shit.
Yeah. Well, like, because this runs in a shonen magazine, it's not ever made super explicit, but they get pretty heavy on the hints eventually that she's gay. And, like, you know, it starts to make sense in a certain way. Like,
interesting.
There's, I forget the character's name, but one of her best friends, she, like,
this is Watamote.
Yeah, she, like, plans to move
is, like, I was telling Sarah.
College. But,
but yeah, like, whenever, like, it's one of those things. I intend to read the manga, but I also do intend to, like, see some of the show simply because...
You could probably, like... When I say that the show is not as good as the manga, I only mean that because the show doesn't get to the good parts of the manga. So you can probably just, like, watch the show and then pick up the manga from there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did with Made in Abyss, which, honestly, I still think is, like, one of the best shows of the decade.
I'm gonna get to it because I know that's what you're gonna say next.
No, I wasn't gonna even go there. I was just saying is like, it's like right. The funny thing with Made in Abyss is actually the next arc in some ways is thematically really important to the show and stuff that doesn't get super deeply touched on except in like the last episode.
Yeah.
Of the series.
Yeah, I mean that's the danger you always run into when you're adapting something that's quite long.
The good thing is they're making a movie out of it, and oh boy, that arc is heavy as fuck. Is the Kinema
Citrus doing the movie too, or is it a different studio?
Okay. Yeah, and like
Kinema
same
Citrus,
director, same everything.
Kinema Citrus have had a killer decade, like. They did fucking Made in Abyss, and then they did Review Starlight. That's like two.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
I forgot
that's
about
like
that. It's
two easy anime of the decade contenders. On the flip side, they also made fucking Shield Hero. So like,
yeah, but even like
yin and the yang.
From what I can tell, with Shield Hero is like.
Well, yeah,
that
it's
not
like
badly made.
It's the
just
source
that
material is the source of all the problems there. Like the
Yeah,
actual
and-
like the
and even-
visuals and stuff are fine.
And even
apparently,
then, there are even. It's not even the worst in its style. You know what I mean? Like, there's more toxic.
Yeah, I mean, like what I've heard is that it's among the worst to get an anime, even if it's not as bad as like.
Okay,
Goblin
fair
Slayer.
point. Fair point.
But
yeah.
But the show is toxic mostly because of what it's adapted from, not because of anything the show runs.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's one of those things where like the studios need to make money somehow, so I don't really blame them,
and
even
like,
though the show is god awful from everything I understand. But
I don't know. Like I've heard,
diving too far into loops of qualifying myself, I think.
Yeah,
but,
and I've also I've heard some people be like, it is very problematic, but I don't dislike it. And then other people who are,
I don't know,
but not as many as I've heard people who are just like, oh no,
like,
you know what I mean?
From what I know of it, it doesn't seem to really offer anything like
fair,
fun, for lack of a better term. Because like it's something like Murcielago or whatever, like I get it.
Okay, that's true, yeah.
But Shield Hero, from what I understand, seems pretty rote. The odd mushroom fire rate up. But anyway, my point was basically just like they've had a really good decade.
I mean, yeah, it's like, I mean, I guess it says something that even their, the worst thing that they've put out is mainly the issues are with the source material rather than the adaptation. And the adaptation itself is like, so far as I can tell, doing the best it can with the source material.
Yeah. Like, again, I don't really blame studios for making money. And this is random, but did you know that a Polish lady works at Kinema Citrus?
That makes sense in a weird way to me.
I forget her name. It's something...
Yeah, her name is escaping me, but I've heard of her.
It's like Franjeska, I think is her last name.
I also, it's worth noting that the composer who worked on both Made in Abyss and Shield Hero, actually, is Kevin Penkin, who's an Australian guy who records a lot of the soundtrack stuff in Vienna.
Huh. That's random.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, he has connections there and
yeah, like, I guess if you're a classical composer, Vienna does make sense.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, Made in Abyss, I saw some stuff about, like, the making of Made in Abyss's soundtrack, and it was, like, recorded in, I think, like, a church in Vienna, and that's pretty awesome.
An abandoned church in Vienna, 1985. No, but,
But, like, yeah, it's, also, yeah, like, if I'm gonna gush about Made in Abyss, one of the best things about it, setting aside all the other really great things about it, is actually the soundtrack.
You should really watch
amazing.
Starlight.
Yeah, I really should.
It also has an absolute slapper of a soundtrack, if I may.
Yeah.
Like, it's a very good show. Like,
yeah.
The only reason it's not easily my anime of the decade is because Further Than the Universe exists.
Yeah.
And
that's fair.
It's still pretty close. Like,
I will say that, like, again, Place Further Than the Universe, even if it doesn't seem like my thing, what I've seen of it, the direction is amazing.
I mean, like, it's one of those things where it's like a good combination of basically perfectly made and personally resonant.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like,
Also, like, it is ridiculous to me that it is the director's first full-length series that's not an adaptation.
That's shocking.
Because the only previous thing she did was No Game, No Life.
Yeah, but I mean, which is very aesthetically striking. You have to admit.
Yeah,
that.
it's just I wasn't even gonna say anything about the show's quality because I've never seen it, but it's just like very different pieces.
Oh yeah, like very different. Granted, it's still like the little I've seen of it. It doesn't seem like my thing at all. Like really not.
I kind of want to see it just to see like what, like if I can pick up on anything that she did.
Yeah, but it's like, but I will say from what I have seen direction-wise of it, there are some similarities, although it's like she definitely was working, she wanted to like get across a different effect, I'm pretty sure. But at the same time, you can see the level of quality in the direction is very high.
Yeah.
Like that there's a lot of attention to detail, interesting color design.
Hey, speaking of high quality, I want to talk about Symphogear now, because nobody else is here, so nobody's going to get
Go for it.
Fucking Symphogear ended yesterday after 7 years and 5 seasons, and, like, actually one of my favorite series ever. Just
Good. That's sort of reminding me of how,
You've seen Gurren Lagann, right?
No, I haven't.
You haven't? Have you seen Kill la Kill?
Of course. I've seen Kill la Kill twice. You
know Imaishi's whole thing? Like his whole... Just like his whole style?
Yeah.
Symphogear is that, but, like, actually realized to a productive thematic end, and consequently, you know, as much as I like Imaishi, significantly better.
Huh. I mean, I think that it is, you know, to a productive thematic end in Kill la Kill. It's just that it's a little... I do and I don't. Like, it's a little incoherent in some respects.
Yeah, like, the thing with Imaishi is that he always seems to be trying, but he never really gets there. Symphogear gets there, like, many times.
You know, the one show that actually, with Imaishi, where he definitely gets there, funnily enough, is Luluko.
Maybe, like, yeah, just because Luluko's so short that it's kind of not enough time to fuck it up.
Yeah, but he, like, in the last couple of episodes, which is not much time at all, he manages to, like, get to exactly what the point is and drive it home really well.
But, like, again, like, I love Luluko. I think it's a great show.
But
like,
this is also...
Imaishi fucking wishes he could be as good as making people overlook the flaws that his stuff has as Symphogear is. Because it's not a perfect show. But, like, by any means. But,
yeah,
like, you can only make... And maybe this is just me. I don't know. But, like, you can only make so many complaints about, like, you know, plot holes or, like, uncomfortable undertones that come up every once in a while before you get to... However, in the first episode of the 4th season, Hibiki punches a bunch of neo-Nazi tanks apart with her bare hands. Like... That's pretty good. It's just... like, what do you do with that? It's just very loud and brash, and I like it a lot. Like, also, the fact that one of Symphogear's several main themes is, like, fuck the police, basically. Not literally in those terms, but it has a strong anti-fascistic undercurrent.
That's cool.
It, you know, that helps things go down a lot more smoothly, also. And, like, just... you can't like. There's that whole thing, and I think this was about music criticism. Was like writing about music is like dancing about architecture.
Dancing about architecture, yeah.
Just that is actually true of Symphogear because you can't describe the visual stuff that goes on and have it be in any way a meaningful conveyance of how it actually looks.
Yeah, I understand.
It's just a lot in a great way.
That feels kind of like a description of some of Yuasa's work.
I gave the series on. I reviewed it yesterday. Well, I didn't review it yesterday. I finished a review I'd been working on in some form or another for like 3 months. I gave the series on the whole a 100 out of 100.
That is quite something.
Like,
which, I mean, it's appropriate that I mention Yuasa because I think you did that with Kaiba.
I think I did. I think I eventually lowered it, though. I might be wrong about that.
But
it's still like a high 90, but like, yeah. The thing about Symphogear and why I gave it a 100, even though some of the individual seasons I have scored lower, is that I don't think I would change anything about it, which is not something I can say of, like, very many other anything.
Things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's a very good series. I wish it was a little easier to get people into it, because the only bad thing about it, and it's not even a bad thing, it's just like a product of it being what it is that it is 63 episodes long, 65 in total, which is a lot for some people, including me.
You know, I mean, that's a lot for me, but it's kind of funny, is like, I mean, I marathoned Hunter x Hunter in a week, so...
You should watch the first episode sometime soon.
Yeah, I marathoned the last 21 episodes of Hunter x Hunter in, like, one day.
That's 11 and a half hours of footage.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, yeah! Like, the first season of Symphogear starts with the best fucking fake-out ever. And, like, when I first watched the season, I kind of didn't get why. And I have since seen Madoka, and I now know why they did that. Because, this is not a spoiler, really. The first season starts with the opening of season 3 where they punch a mountain in half. Yes, that is very true. But, like, the first season starts with a funeral scene for Hibiki, who was the main protagonist. And what they try to lead you on to believe is that the entire show is a flashback and you are watching, like, what happens before this girl dies at the end. That's not actually what happens. There's an explanation for it, but she doesn't die at the end. And I maintain that that's, like, not an ill-intentioned one, but it's, like, a response to the end of Madoka Magica. Because the characters are voiced by the same person, and the director handpicked some of the voice actresses.
Oh my.
And, like, they premiered a year apart almost exactly. So, like... It definitely feels intentional, and like, oh, I forgot to use the year. Oh well. Like I don't even mean that in like a, ooh, Symphogear got him way. Like, it's just actually like building on. Yeah, like it goes out of its way to lead you on to thinking that this is gonna be like fucking basically like one of the edgy Madoka knockoffs that's not very good.
Yeah.
The direction and stuff is much better than any of those, but if you were to only watch like the first 3 or 4 episodes of the show, like you'd get the impression that this is like one of those series. And they go out of their way to build that impression up and then break it down, which I think is like really cool. Yeah, like the way I've heard people describe it is that if the protagonist of Symphogear was anybody but Hibiki, it would be a like horrendously edgy show, because like she kind of, and this is almost canon, is like she kind of just keeps bad things from happening by sheer force of personality. And the reason I compare it to Gurren Lagann, a show I don't like very much anymore, mind you, is that it does, that show tries to do that too, but they cop out at the end because Gurren Lagann ends on like a bittersweet note. And I think the fact that Symphogear actually like goes all the way and is like, no, fuck you, we can have all this work out, I think that's like legitimately actually powerful.
Yeah.
Which, pardon the hyperbole,
which
but it's one of those
is,
shows.
Yeah, which actually the funny thing is, that was almost kind of the point with Madoka Magica, is that it's like such a dark show. But at the end, even though it's bittersweet, it is still. That's no, fuck you.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like my one problem with Madoka, and it is my only major problem with the show, is that what? They don't let Madoka get out of the show alive, and I think that's an actual mistake.
Well, I say it's like...
It is a thing that people disagree on, and I'm not...
I feel like it's like that her whole choice, what I like about it is that she rejects the classic Sekai Kei, this or this dichotomy, and is like, fuck you, no third option.
Sure. And in that context, it works. The thing that rubs me the wrong way about Madoka is because it is like it uses the trappings of a magical girl series, it inadvertently creates another problem, which is, and I fully believe that this is not on purpose.
It is not meant to be insulting to magical girl
like
shows.
It's not meant to be, but it comes across that way a little bit.
Or it could.
It is just enough of I seriously think just enough of a mistake that it does make it a little bit of a bitter pill for me, because I like the show for the most part, but that ending is just rubs me such the wrong way, because it's trying to talk to one genre, and it ends up talking to two by accident. And
it's also worth noting that it's a...
Go on.
I was going to say, it's also worth noting that I see Madoka in a way as also a commentary on a particular subset of the magical girl genre. Specifically stuff like Galaxy Fräulein Yuna, Nanoha, that kind of thing that's usually more aimed at adults and often has more of a tragic thing going on in that, and that it's almost a response to fans of that expecting, a certain kind of ending, or certain kind of way of doing things.
It's not, though. The Urabuchi is on record as saying that he hadn't seen any of those, is he not?
No, he actually said that he actually had been a big fan of magical girl series when he was younger. No, the one who hadn't seen them, funnily enough, was the character designer, Ume Aoki.
Oh, okay. Well, then I was mistaken.
No, Urabuchi, he hadn't seen Precure, though. And then when he saw Precure after the show, he was like, actually, this did a lot of ideas I should have thought of in the show.
The specific Precure series he's referring to, I think, is Heartcatch. Which
I think he saw Heartcatch.
A lot of the same things that Madoka does, but better, in my opinion.
And I was like, he was actually really upset at himself for it. It was like, had I seen Heartcat,
Well, like...
I would have done things slightly different.
Not to be a dick to the guy, but maybe he should be a little bit upset with himself. Like...
Yeah, it was like, he was, like, very frustrated. Because that was his one... Because most of his exposure to magical girl shows was, like, in the 90s when he was younger.
Yeah.
Like, a lot.
Like, the thing is...
And in a way, he's speaking to, like, adult nostalgia for magical girl shows, and then speaking to how a lot of adult fans tend to interpret those things,
yeah, like,
and then throwing it back at them.
Again, like, I do not think this is Urobushi's fault, or the fault of anybody that worked on the show. Because, like, art, it inevitably, as soon as you release it into the world, it stops being entirely your thing. And people are going to interpret stuff how they want to. But, like, the single mistake that I think Madoka makes is that it tries to be a reflection on stuff that had already happened in those genres, and instead, what people took away from it was, well, this is how magical girl stories should be now, which is ridiculous.
Whereas it's
and not his fault, but it is what happened.
Yeah, it's like, because as I said, it's like a commentary on Sekai stories. It's a commentary on, like, how people respond to old school magical girl shows. And it's, a sort of commentary on moral tragedies where be careful what you wish for. And basically saying that's that those sort of attitudes are bullshit, and that, like, good can win out in the end. And even if, it is bittersweet, you can still have hope.
But my point, though, is that it's not even that it doesn't, right? Because, there's the whole, like, people simplify it to, like, magical girl cheeses, and that works for our purposes here. But, like...
That's not even the point.
The way that series ends still ultimately is that Madoka stops being a human girl. Everybody forgets about her, but she makes that sacrifice so that, everybody else can be okay. And what I'm saying is that what Symphogear gets one up on Madoka, in my opinion, is that I don't want to spoil the entire series, but
basically, at the same time,
you didn't
without
let me
Madoka,
finish.
Oh, sorry, but
like,
without doing that,
like,
is what I'm gathering.
Like, yeah, essentially, where does Rebellion fit into all this? I don't know.
Rebellion is a complicated thing because,
Rebellion,
in a way,
for one thing, I haven't seen Rebellion. For another thing, it's
like,
not
I
not what most people pull from when they pull from Madoka, so I don't think it's hugely relevant to that whole discussion.
I want Jane to see Rebellion before I talk about, like, before I talk about it.
Like, it is like, it's just not what most people pull from when they pull from Madoka.
But, like, people also still pulled, like, a lot of people pulled the wrong lesson from Madoka. And I think the funny thing is, what you're saying about Symphogear pulled exactly the right message from Madoka.
That's the thing. It's like, it's not a refutation. And I said this.
It's not a refutation, it's building on it.
And I said this in my review, too. It's like, okay, but what if one better?
Yeah, it's like trying to,
and
basically,
that.
Build on it. And I respect that. And I think that, like, that's happening more now.
Yeah, there's other ones that have tried to do that. Like, I've never seen it, but my understanding is that that's what Yuki Yuna as a hero tries to do.
Yeah, but
not
Yuki
quite
Yuna
as successfully, I don't think.
What I understand about Yuki Yuna is that it has other problems.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think Yuki Yuna does it quite as well, from what I understand.
Yeah,
Review Starlight is another one that although
that in turn goes in a very different direction.
Interestingly enough, I think Review Starlight also builds on what Symphogear does.
Huh.
Which
That's fun.
in a less direct way and more of a
Yeah.
there's like a whole other conversation to be had about how like because Symphogear was such a surprise hit, you can now get a show that is an all-female cast doing action things greenlit more easily, and Madoka did its part there too. But Symphogear is pretty much all like girls fucking things up. Like,
I just realized that once you see Revolutionary Girl Utena, actually, I think that's really important to understanding Madoka. Is like there are actually a bunch of nods.
I know what Utena goes into.
Yeah,
like,
but
I
I'm saying there are a
seen it
bunch
yet,
of.
but-
I'm pretty sure there are like a bunch of nods in Madoka to Ikuhara's work.
Yeah, like Ikuhara's kind of a weird, unsettled presence in this whole conversation because he's not directly a part of it, but he is like an influence on some of it because of.
No, but I'm
Utena.
saying what you're talking about with respect to, those sort of choices and things and the way they're framed.
Yeah.
And like in those stories, that Utena did something similar, and I'm not going to spoil how it works out.
Okay.
But it's like, it is one of my favorite endings in anime. It's really fucking good.
To be clear, like, I'm not saying that Symphogear invented the idea of a happy ending, because that would be ridiculous.
Oh no, I mean, but I'm saying it's, in a way, it's a prototype of both the Madoka ending and that sort of ending, by being, like, both of those things, and very complex.
I know that it goes to some odd places. I'll see how I feel about it whenever I find the time to do that. That's another one of those shows that I'm sure I'm going to like, but God, is long.
It's not that long. It's like
50-some episodes.
It's a lot shorter than Symphogear. Like it's like it's about 2/3 the length of Symphogear.
I was gonna say it's 50-some episodes, right?
No, it's 39.
39. Okay, that's not too bad. I guess
39 is like.
That's actually thinking about it. That's about how much I watched the fucking Black Lagoon, which I know is not as good as Utena.
Yeah, I can understand that being there.
To its credit, that show is very
watchable.
Yeah. which sounds like and kind of is a backhanded compliment, but
yeah, but I mean,
it's an okay series.
It's fine for just merely watchable shows to exist.
Yeah, I will say,
like, there's nothing wrong with them existing.
This is something else I've gone into on my anime reviews of various things, but Black Lagoon's attempts at philosophy are fucking laughable. Like, why do people commit crimes?
Yeah, that's
stares at gun contemplatively.
Yeah, just leave that to Urobuchi, okay?
No, like, it's not even, like, the level of, like, wannabe Urobuchi stuff. It's just silly.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
were it not for the fact that the mangaka is kind of a weirdo, I would think that it was a joke.
Yeah, but then the mangaka was fully responsible for Recreators, and that seems to have
Recreators is another one of those things that
actually interesting
ideas. Actually, Recreators is fucking bizarre. Do you have any plans to see that in the near future?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay, then I will not spoil it for you.
Because it seems actually up my alley.
The ending of Recreators is so fucking weird, and most people hated it. I thought it was great. But
okay,
we will see how you feel about
that
it.
sounds like exactly the sort of thing that I would be very into, because I'm the person who likes the ending of Berserk. And, that has pissed people off for 20 years, and I love it.
It's an interesting series, to say the least. Not one of my favorites of the decade, but definitely one of the weirder ones.
Yeah, Recreators just seems like, worth a look simply because it's like there's a level of creativity on display and just like a lot of interesting ideas just coming at you.
Like, this isn't gonna shock you given what it's about, but very meta.
Oh yeah,
very
like,
meta.
I know it gets really meta. Like people meet their authors.
Well, no. Like that's the obvious stuff. Like way more than people realize. I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Like
fair.
An extremely meta series. Do you know about the big twist about the main villain?
No.
Okay, then I will.
I'm just gonna watch it and have my feelings about it, and just, I don't know, continue to be like over here, being like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess like okay, what are? I'm just thinking about like shows that I consider shows of the decade.
I have a pretty
because we've
solid
had this conversation.
list, I think, actually. Like, I don't know. What?
What'd you say?
I said I think I have a pretty solid list, although I'm not sure what the specific rankings would be. But like, I could. Well, you think first, and I'll try to.
Because I'm gonna need to look up what actually came out this decade a little bit.
Fair enough.
All right, because there are some shows that happened either early in the decade or late in the last decade that I'm gonna have to confirm.
Yeah. Like obvious stuff I've said already. Like. Place further than the universe. I really don't see, because there's only one anime season left in the decade. I really do not see anything even coming close to touching that. Review Starlight. Okay. Another obvious one. And those are both from last year, incidentally.
Okay, so this barely counts because it's from 2010, but
no, that's part of the decade.
The Tatami Galaxy.
Okay, yeah.
Just like,
on a similar
holy
note,
crap.
I would throw out Monogatari second season specifically.
Yeah, Monogatari got like really fucking good.
Yeah.
In the second season.
The first season has some stuff I don't super care for, and Nisei is mostly just weird.
Yeah, Nisei is super fucking weird, and I do not like Tsukihi Phoenix very much at all. But I actually like the Karen B arc, even if it goes on forever.
Don't let Cammy hear you say that.
No, but, I like Tsukihi as a character a lot.
I'm just kidding. But
that's actually the thing. No, the funny thing, and I've talked with Cammy about this, is like that Tsukihi Phoenix as an arc, she's barely in it, and it kind of annoys me because she's a really good character.
Yeah, I see that.
But Monogatari. Oh, by the way, Monogatari is like a decade old now and is about to like end. Maybe.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I've hit the point in my anime fan age where like stuff that seemed like it was gonna run forever is ending, and it's weird. I don't like it. But
also the fact that Madoka Magica is from 2011, and I would say in terms of shows that were formative on me as an anime watcher, I would say that it's up there.
If I had seen Madoka Magica when it came out, it absolutely would be up there for me. I know it would be because various things about myself.
Yeah, it's like,
but
it is.
I do think,
and it's also, let's get real, it's really fucking gay.
Yeah, obviously. I hope there are not. I know there are, but like I hope there are not at least many people who watch that show and don't pick up on that, because that's sad.
Yeah, I think that actually most people, like, the argument is more whether it's, like it can be considered merely subtext or canon, and I've seen that argument more. But at this point, it's canon.
That's actually, funnily enough, the same thing that happened with Symphogear, because in the first couple of seasons, the relationship between Hibiki and Miku is more subtextual. By the end of the most recent one, you have to be like reaching so hard that you'll break your arms to not see it.
Oh my!
Like, it's like
Flip Flappers came out only a couple years ago.
Flip Flappers would be up there, yeah.
Flip Flappers, yeah, it's pretty fucking great.
I actually, like, one of the great tragedies of the decade is that nobody fucking watched Flip Flappers when it was airing.
Yeah. Kyoso Giga is from early in the decade,
I haven't
and
seen Kyoso Giga, but
Kyoso Giga is fucking fantastic.
I am
it
sure
is
that I'm gonna like
probably like my top. It might be in like my top 3 of the decade. 2011 was a good year.
Yeah.
Like, for stuff that is lasting.
Actually, one that I would not put up because I've never seen it, but I know other people would, is From the New World.
From the New World is like one of those ones that I've only seen a couple episodes of, and like the first episode is fucking amazing, and I feel it like slows down a little after that.
My understanding is that it kind of like
it picks up again later.
It starts out fast and then it goes slow, and it slow a couple times. I think.
Yeah, it's like one of those. Yeah.
Another one like that actually.
Yeah.
And these are like the 2 shows by A1 Pictures that people say are like truly great instead of just okay. Would be that one and Your Lie in April.
Your
I've
Lie
also
in
never
April.
seen.
Your Lie in April is one that I've also heard people say really negative things about.
It's apparently very divisive. I've talked to people who think that it's like one of the best anime ever, and I've talked to people that think that it's fucking awful.
A1 Picture Show I'm really curious about, and what I've seen of it is really interesting to me.
What?
The Perfect Inside.
Oh, I've never seen that, but yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, it's like the people who've actually watched it say that, at minimum it's good, and at, on the high end of it, it's like brilliant. And it's like this really involved mystery thing.
Oh, one that never gets brought up because anti-comedy bias in these kind of things is Nichijou.
Yeah. Nichijou?
Like, definitely.
Hello
again, Marone. Hey, here's a stupid question for you.
Oh, hey, wait a second. When was it?
What?
Oh no, it was actually from the last decade, I was going to say, well, actually, Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei is an interesting comedy, and worth noting,
now, listen,
at the very least.
We're not talking about it per se, I just brought it up. We're talking about what the best anime of the like an anime of the decade list would look like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the last Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei OVA was in 2010, so
yeah, that doesn't count.
No, it does not count.
Do you hear? Have you read that manga?
Which manga?
The one that show is based on.
I've read a little of it.
The ending to that is fucking wild.
I can imagine.
And not in a good way.
Koji Kameda is like that.
But
but I'm trying to. What has
Sangatsu.
Akiyuki Shimbo directed this decade?
Sangatsu?
Yeah! Shit! That show is one
I'm having a brain fart here. What's Sangatsu?
That's March Comes In Like a Lion.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have seen 2 episodes of that, and it feels like a show that would be a 10 out of 10 for me if I actually got further.
Yeah. That's one of those ones that, like, I haven't seen it, but I've heard other people bring it up.
Oh, yeah, I've heard tons of people be like, this is the best.
Now, by ping pong, you mean the serious one and not the weird, fucking...
No, the non-serious one is Scorching Ping Pong Girls.
I've seen some of Scorching Ping Pong Girls, and if you're ready for an out-of-character take, I actually think it's not very good.
Yeah, isn't that the one that, like, you said that, like, you're not sure whether or not there's some fetish weirdness going on here?
It started as not being sure, and it ended with me being like, okay, somebody's
somebody's into
Yeah,
something.
like I have a very high tolerance for that level, for that stuff. And
Yeah.
I could not finish Scorching Ping Pong Girl. Like it got weird.
It broke Jane.
It got, like, the detailing on the sweat is actually gross. Like,
oh my.
Like, not in the way that people use the word gross sometimes now, where they mean, like, morally reprehensible. I mean, just, like,
Ew.
physically nauseating. Like, it's a weird one. Very nice animation, but, you know.
and also, you know that Shimbo was, like, super involved in March Comes In Like line because he fucking co-wrote the adaptation. Holy
Shimbo is involved in many things. Actually, hey, like, for as many criticisms as I have of the show, in hindsight, I think, like, on a personal level, Kill la Kill would have to be somewhere up there.
Yeah, it's actually... The second time I watched it, I liked it a lot more.
I have seen that show end to end 5 times.
Yeah, you've mentioned
which
that.
Which is
yeah.
more than I watch most things. We'll put it that way.
Oh, wait a second. Wait, Zoku Owari Monogatari already came out? It's already over?
Sredni.
The shit is already over?
Sredni, please keep up with things you like. You're killing me.
Sredni. Oh, no, wait, actually, it might not have. Oh, this is... Wait, what? No, oh, wait. No, it did. It did. Wait, no.
Sredni.
Wait. What?
Sredni.
It did come out.
Sredni!
Damn it.
Come back to us.
God fucking damn it.
Sredni! Come back to Earth. We need you.
But yeah, that ended this year.
Yeah, that aired like an OVA format or something, didn't it? So only people who like were already interested in it saw it. I'm not caught up with Monogatari, so I did not watch it, but I will at some point.
I'm upset because, like, well, okay, well, actually, I'm not that upset because I'm like
upset.
planning on just rewatching and then watching what I haven't seen of all of it. At some point in the near future.
There's parts of Monogatari that I would be up to rewatch, but like not a majority of it. Like I really like second season. I think Bakemonogatari has some interesting ideas, but is mostly just good, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
and I think Nisei is just weird.
But Bake, the best episode is the one where Araragi and Senjougahara are on a date. That episode is fantastic.
Yeah, that episode's really good. But like, my favorite part of second season is the Hanakawa arc about the lion.
Which arcs can like I'm getting cut off in terms of the screen view of what Miron is saying.
They said that they started the Monogatari rewatch recently, but think they're going to stop after Bake because they don't think they can stomach anything other than second season and Hana.
Honestly, the thing is, I have weird, complicated feelings about Nisei and Neko, but like as I said, like Karen B, I see the point of what they're going for with it, and I actually see the point with a lot of the shit they're going for. Also, Hana is fantastic.
Yo, like
Hana is one of my
Nisei has
favorite
its
things
moments, but it also has the toothbrush scene, which is like
the toothbrush scene is fascinating.
No, like you can't be upset with somebody for not wanting to watch a show for having that in it. Like
I can't.
It's fucking, like, you can be told that exists a million times. You will never be ready to actually watch that for the first time. It is the most bizarre fucking thing.
Yeah, it's like...
it ranks different places in terms of problems for different people. I mostly just think it's baffling.
Yeah, it's not even so much the problematic aspects of it.
Why did you
it's
say
just
that
that
like
it's
that?
weird.
It's I don't know.
I mean,
Anyway, watch Symphogear.
yeah,
What,
but I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I will say that I think that the Monogatari series just keeps getting better as it goes on, is what happens.
I don't know.
And, like, yeah, I get, like, not liking watching Hana on the first go, because it's very talky and very slow. But I feel like the emotional core of it and what it's trying to say is resonated with me really deeply personally.
The thing about Monogatari is mainly that Nisio Isin is a weird fucking person. Like,
I mean, yes.
and that's not a
like,
positive or a negative. It's just what it is.
I mean, it is literally both at the same
and
time.
I feel like you have to be on his wavelength to kind of get, at least like a little bit on his wavelength to get much out of Monogatari.
Yeah, like, I'm not always on his wavelength, but I get where he's coming from, even if I don't agree or even like it sometimes. But at the same time, when he's on, or when he's making a really acute point, he does it in a way that I don't think anybody else could.
Oh, I'm dead.
You know what I mean? Like, it is not just pretentious. It just means that, you know, like...
Yeah, I mean, it's not, because in order to be pretentious, you have to be pretensing to something, and for whatever else you can say about Monogatari, I really don't think that you can make the argument that it's trying to be something it's not.
It is exactly what it says on the tin. It's just that what it says on the tin
is like a novel. The text on the tin is like several paragraphs long.
The first time I watched the beginning of Bake, I felt it was pretentious. But then I watched it a second time, it's like, okay, I get this now.
I actually, and I'm not trying to put you on blast, I actually can't understand wanting to rewatch something that you don't like the first time.
It wasn't that I didn't like it, it's that I didn't know how to feel about it, and I did feel like it was biting off more than it could chew.
That's fair enough, I guess. But,
and then I was like, but I also recognized I wasn't in the mood for it at the time. And then I came back to it and I was like, makes way more sense now.
But, like, I don't know. To be honest, I would kind of rather go back to the anime of the decade conversation, because I think that's more interesting.
I was saying that, well, the reason why I brought it up is because I would consider Monogatari relevant to that conversation.
I might put second season somewhere up there.
Yeah, like,
I don't know. I really don't think the rest of the show, though.
Owari, what I've seen of Owari, I never finished it, and I'm gonna get back to it. Has some moments that are fucking brilliant. But,
I don't know. I feel like we're missing, like, a whole bunch of stuff from the mid-2010s that I'm just not thinking of right now, because most of what I'm thinking of is either from earlier in the decade or from, like, last year. Or, in the case of O Maidens in Your Savage Season, this year.
Yeah, okay.
Haikyuu.
I'm gonna need to look up.
Okay.
Haikyuu?
Is that how you say that? I've never been clear.
Haikyuu. It's the, it is volleyball boys.
Yeah. I'm vaguely familiar with that one. I have basically no familiarity with it whatsoever. But
I've heard it's a really good sports series. Although sports series are not really my thing.
Yeah, like, that's another thing. Like,
I'm not going to be able to speak to sports series.
Or,
is the
like,
problem.
Josei, which is...
Josei, you mean?
Yeah. Is an entire genre that I just don't know anything about. Which is funny, because I'm technically the target demographic for it, but...
like, Josei series... Oh, God. What are some Josei series that have There was a recovery of an MMO junkie.
That is for you to decide, Marone. We're just talking about like what. Like we're not
Was a
trying to
big
make
one.
a single definitive one. We're just talking about like
Chihaya Furu.
what would people put on one if one were to be made.
Yeah, like, or what we would personally
Or
choose.
that, depending on, you know.
Like, again, for me, like, Tatami Galaxy and Made in Abyss are definitely there. Kyosugiga is definitely there. But there's a lot in the middle of the 2010s that I'm
You know
gonna
what's
have to
one that I think some
maybe,
people
you
would
know,
put
somewhere
on?
Madoka.
That I think some people would put on, even if I wouldn't necessarily, is Yozakura Quartet.
Huh.
You ever seen that?
I have not.
Okay, that's fair, but we're pretending that the people making this list are
community
like
at large.
are like cool people who have seen more than 3 anime in their entire life. Marone said that if the anime community at large were to make one,
I know.
it would be Attack on Titan. Which, hey,
I know.
you're probably right, which sucks. But
Yeah.
like there's a point at which popularity and quality meet, but Attack on Titan is not that point.
Yeah.
That's very generous compared to what I heard some other people say. I think Daruznik was like, yeah, it was like actually like a 3 out of 10. And he liked that show for like a while. So
Oh boy. Let's see. Season chart.
what are you doing?
Gonna go.
Are you like looking at
Start
them
with
season by
2012.
season? Okay.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do now.
All right. Yeah.
I'm gonna start with 2012 because I've already talked about some from like 2011.
Yeah,
2010.
we've already like Nichijou, a couple other things, Madoka Magica.
Oh, this site died on me. No, what I'm gonna okay,
Look, I've
I'll
never
use
seen
Mal. Fuck you, Mal, but I'm still gonna use it.
Oh, is Analyst down again? Or Anachart,
Oh,
but they run on the
analyst
same.
didn't show up. It was like some other thing.
Well, no, Anachart is the same site. It's just they have a
Yeah.
sub URL for
Yeah, well, okay. Wait, Anachart. Where is
Anachart.
where is Anachart? There's Anachart. God. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Sword Art Online started in 2012.
That's another one that if you let like extremely basic people put it together, would be up there. But
Oh no! I mean,
nobody else.
Yuri is on. Yuri is on here. No, not really necessarily.
Yeah.
Like there are a bunch of things that are not necessarily like top ever tier, but are not bad.
Yuri is good. Obviously, at least I think, obviously not an anime of the decade contender. It does have one of my favorite episodes of any school life anime ever, though. Which was
I think that's telling of because I'm on summer, and summer is always like the in a season. Well, almost always. There's like Joshiraku, which is that
Joshiraku. I actually really like that show, and I have never met anybody else who rates it as highly as I do. That's the one where it's ostensibly themed around a Rakugo club, but it's mostly just very weird. It was kind of one of the first things to draw heavily from Nichijou. Your name, that would be. I don't know if we're including movies, but that would definitely be up there if we were. I really like Your Name. A lot of people think it's overrated. I think it is rated.
Hi. Hello?
Hi. You like disappeared for a little bit.
Yeah, everything just died for no reason in the middle of you talking about Joshiraku.
Oh, yeah.
What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that it's like good and most people that I've talked to don't seem to like it quite as much as I do.
Yeah, it's like
one of
it's
those.
very niche.
It's a weird series. I'll give them that.
Yeah, Joshiraku. Another one is Humanity Has Declined.
That I don't know what people think of that show. I have not heard,
I've heard
anybody.
A lot of people say they like it.
I have
but
not heard
necessarily
anybody
love it.
talk about Humanity Has Declined in like what feels like a million years.
Moyashiman returns. Moyashiman is one of those shows that like 5 people have ever watched it and they all love it.
What is Moyashiman?
It's about a guy who is studying cellular biology and diseases and can talk to viruses and stuff.
What the
And they're
fuck?
like little cute viruses and bacteria. And he says hi to them.
That's
and they-
interesting.
Yeah,
Hold
it's
on.
like half educational show, half like weird fantasy slice of life thing.
That's interesting.
Yeah, apparently it's real good.
Land of the Lustrous, like, I feel like Land of the Lustrous has a claim just on account of being like one of the few anime to ever like on record influence a very popular Western animated film. That's gotta count for something,
yeah.
right?
And also just being like
It does also very good.
a top, and also just being a top shelf CG show when there were so few of them.
Yeah, like if more CG anime look like Land of the Lustrous in 10 years, I will be much less disinclined to.
There was a series adaptation of Arashi no Yoru ni. The heck?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we meant. Is just like it actually looks good in general.
Yeah, that was my point. It's
Yeah.
like it's a top shelf CG show in that it's like beautiful cinematography,
Hey, you want to know
beautiful animation.
what the most like average anime I've ever seen is? And I'm thinking of this because
What?
it's an all CG anime film. Is Expelled from Paradise.
I thought you hated that.
I do, because it's just such a nothing movie. Like it's
But yeah, it's like
it's
are you?
it's
do
so
you know-
average that it becomes terrible. It's
Oh dear.
offensive.
So it's like offensive mediocrity.
Yes.
Oh my. I was gonna say, do you know what Arashi no Yoroni is?
I don't think so.
It
What's
is
the English market
It was
title?
originally a children's book, and it is about the friendship between a wolf and a goat, and society does not approve.
We
And
live in one of
also
those, by the way.
it definitely has serious gay romantic subtext, which the author of the children's book entirely intended.
Gay rights. But no,
Yeah,
I've never
it's
heard
like
of
it's
that.
it is a children's book about a gay couple, and
Interesting.
it's very well regarded. Well, the film that was adapted from it is very well regarded. I don't know anything about the show,
Huh.
but apparently there was one.
I feel like one of the great underrated anime of the 2010s, and people will start to realize this at some point, or not, but I think they will, is the 2011 Black Rock Shooter anime.
Oh yeah, that's one of those
It's-
super cult things.
It's one of those things where like the show itself is very good, to be clear, but like everybody on it would later go on to do something with way more acclaim, and I feel like it's kind of got lost in the shuffle because of that. And also at the time, people apparently like hated it, which I just don't understand.
Yeah, like I do recall that.
But
Distantly.
like the main two creative forces behind it were the writer Marie Okada and one of the main animators Imaishi. Like
That is a team up. Too.
Yeah,
like,
it's-
what the fuck? I
yeah.
never expect. Oh wait, I mean Mario Kata did write a Trigger show though. I forgot about that.
Yeah, Kisniver, which is
Kisniver,
generally
which
considered their weakest mainline show, but I've actually never seen Kids. I want to at some point.
It's very like what I've seen of it is very pretty, at the very least.
Yeah. The real underrated Trigger anime, of course, is Turning Girls, but we're not going to get into that.
Yeah, I still need to see Turning Girls.
It's like 10 minutes, it's like half an hour total.
I know!
It's like five or six.
Wait, why am I on... No, that's not the year I was looking for. Archive.
Everything going okay, Sredni?
Sorry, it's just I'm dealing with...
Would you like me to, like, link
any
you?
chart on mobile.
Would you like me to, like, link you to the year that you're looking for, and you can just go forward?
No, it's because I'm using it on my phone.
Okay.
And, you know, frustrating. But yeah, like, I mean... Oh, hey, it showed two of the ones we already brought up was Kill la Kill and second season.
Those were 2014, weren't they?
2013.
2013? Right, Kill la Kill ended in 2014. Okay.
Yeah, and it's like, and funnily enough, we were talking about Watamote.
Yeah, I don't think Watamote has a claim. The anime.
No, I'm not even talking about ones with a claim. I'm just
no.
I was just.
Oh
no, there is one that has a claim that nobody will ever talk about. Is the Eccentric Family.
I've heard a lot of good things about that one from like the dozen people alive who have watched it.
Yeah, and it's based on novels by the same guy who, as I said, wrote Tatami Galaxy and Night is Short, Walk On Girl. And the second season is based on the novel that's the sequel to it. And apparently is also really, really good, and I still need to see it. Yeah, it's like... that show is fantastic. A little inconclusive, but that's kind of the point.
Also, I do just want to reiterate, because I didn't quite get a chance to finish my thought. If you have not seen the 2011 Black Rock Shooter TV anime, you should do that. It's very good. It's got some issues because it's very short, so there's kind of not quite as much time to do everything that I think they wanted to do, but it's a good show.
Okay, yeah, in the same year, Kyosugiga, like the actual TV show, is from 2013. Also, a bunch of stuff that's kind of nondescript or not relevant to that conversation, but is probably worth just kind of mentioning in passing, like Beyond the Boundary, Log Horizon.
Hey, do you remember? Nobody seems to fucking remember this when I bring it up. There was like a fandom rivalry between people that really liked Beyond the Boundary and people that really liked Kill la Kill.
That is a deeply strange thing.
Like,
but they are the two most popular shows listed here.
They
in
aired,
this season.
They aired at roughly the same time, and they were both female-led action shows. So I guess people felt like they needed to fight about which one was better. And
which is stupid because they're completely different shows.
Yeah,
in every conceivable way.
I will say, like, not to bring back the bad blood, but I kind of feel like Kill la Kill won that one in the long run very easily.
Yeah.
Like,
but let's see, like Log Horizon, which I've heard is like one of the few good MMORPG shows. Nagi no Asakara, which is one of those PA Works shows not a lot of people talk about anymore.
What's that about?
That's the one about the, like, the ocean people.
The ocean?
Like people, oh god, what's the summary here?
Do they... Oh,
Long ago, humanity lived in the sea, but the humans who longed for land left the sea behind. They cast aside the special raiment they'd been given by the sea god to let them live in the ocean. The thinking of the sea humans and the land human became as separate as the places they lived, and countless time passed. As countless time passed, they forgot they were once one people. This will change as the land-dwelling human Kihara Tsumugu befriends 4 children who live in a village at the bottom of the sea.
Yeah, no, wait, I've seen some of this, I think. It's like it starts off as like a slice of life show, but then it gets dramatic, I think.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of this,
also,
actually.
Non Biori is here.
Non Biori. I can't watch that show. Like,
why?
I have this weird hang up about like shows that take place in rural areas that remind me of where I used to live.
That's fair.
I just can't do it. Like, it's not an indictment of the show's quality at all. But
incidentally, that's another Silverlink show.
Yeah, that's a Silverlink one.
Yeah, they've done a couple of things. Yeah, like they also did, of all things, Yurikuma Arashi.
That's one of those studios like White Fox, right? Where they just they kind of just make all kinds of stuff.
They are the little studio that could. I have heard more than one person describe them as, and that's accurate to me. Let's see. Yoamushi Pedal.
Ever heard
just
of that
because
one?
Get your bike boys fix. Samurai Flamenco. Holy
Is that
cow.
recent?
From 2013.
I thought that was much older than that.
Nah, that's from when Manglobe started to get real weird.
They folded a couple years ago, didn't
Yeah, they did. And that, like...
R.I.P. Manglobe.
Yeah.
The studio with
they
a
were
weirdly...
willing to do... They were willing to do...
To pronounce name.
Manglobe were willing to do some really wild shit. Like, they did Michiko to Hachin, I think?
The one about the little people that live in the forest?
No, that's oh god, that's Hakume Tomikochi, which is more recent. And also I need to watch that because it looks amazing.
It looks cute.
But
I've seen the first episode.
And this is a show I've been meaning to get to since like 2013. Gingitsune, the one about the fox spirit dad.
Oh, there's a couple of those, aren't there? Like,
no, he's like actually literally a giant fox.
No, I know, but there's like a couple that are about like somebody befriends like a fox spirit.
I mean, yes, but like it's like there's this, this girl who can see spirits and she becomes their messenger and she becomes friends with Fox Dad.
So, while we're going through this list looking for good shows, what's some stuff that has to claim as the worst anime of the 2010s?
Well, I don't know if this is worst, but Fibrain is here.
Fibrain's fucking brilliant. Are you crazy?
Yeah, it's like brilliantly awful.
He's a dog that can solve puzzles.
Lovers.
What?
Diabolic Lovers.
I've heard of that one. I don't really know what it's about, though.
It's the reverse harem vampire one that's also really kind of skeevy.
Yeah.
And not like in that there's a lot of fan service, but in that like the power dynamics are really uncomfortable.
Cool.
So, one of those.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of like just pure cultural damage, we could always talk about like Sword Art Online.
Yeah, but that's too easy, and like the show itself is merely bad.
Like, there are, I guess, contenders of like unusually bad examples of things that are already generic and terrible, like the Asterisk War or some shit.
Yeah, you could make an argument there, or like stuff that's just awful in an insane way, like
yeah, but that's like almost in a way
like
okay,
my counterpoint to you is like, what about
Handshakers, and its sequel W''Z.
Its sequel, and this pisses me off, is pronounced W's.
W's. Oh shit! Wow. W's.
I hate it.
Oh boy. But yeah, Handshakers, oh boy. Yeah, it's like someone saw Gankutsuo
Yeah. Okay.
while on
So
ketamine
if we're
and
gonna
decided to make something.
talk about like truly terrible anime that have come out this decade, we
Uh-huh.
do need to talk about worst anime of this past year. Magical Girl Spec Ops Asuka.
Oh,
That
oh
show
boy.
is like it's almost not funny how bad that show is. Like,
Oh, I'm passing by a show that could be a contender. Like, I need to watch more of it, and there are a bunch of seasons for like best anime of the decade. But like the one that's going to be like a super sleeper one is Natsume Yujincho.
what's that?
That's the one. Natsume's Book of Friends. That's the one
Oh,
about the
okay.
the
You always refer
guy.
to these things by their domestic Japanese title, and I never know what you're
Well,
talking
that's
about.
because that's what showed up, and I just was like,
Okay.
sure, you know.
Fair enough.
And also it's like it's a weird word to begin with that needs to be translated into like 3 words to make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like Natsume's Book of Friends, I've seen a couple episodes of that, and it made me cry, and but also was super
The
sweet and
ferret's a
heartwarming.
sap.
I am a sap.
That's
Come
fine.
the
me
fuck
too.
on, everyone knows that.
That's fine. Me too.
And actually, Symphogear debut, early Symphogear, is on here too.
Whoa.
That
would have been, what year are you looking at?
I am looking at 2012 now.
That would have been the original. Yeah.
Yeah, the original. Oh man, Aquarian Evil.
I've heard of that show.
Yeah.
I don't remember in what context though.
Wait a second, no, I'm confusing with Valvrave the Liberator, which apparently is brilliantly awful.
I've heard some stuff about Valvrave the Liberator. It's one of those shows where it's like really stupid, but the animation is good, right?
Yeah, it's like beautifully animated and also kind of fuck awful.
Maybe
And it has like, and there's stuff in it that is incredibly like, capital P problematic, but it's but it's also so stupidly done that you're not sure how to react.
Yeah, I've done like 4 positive reviews on my analyst page in a row, and I don't want people to think I'm going soft, so maybe I'll watch that next.
Oh boy. Oh, here's another one which I've mainly heard negative things about, but I don't know if it's like gonna be the worst, is like Recorder and Ransel, which is a just not very funny comedy.
The fuck is Recorder and Ransel? I mean, you answered my question, but I've never heard of that.
It's about, there's a brother and sister, I think. She is an older teenage girl who looks like a tiny little girl, and he is like 5, and he looks like he's 30.
So, like, actual worst anime of the... What?
Yeah, kinda. I mean,
that wasn't me reacting to anything. I was gonna say something.
Yeah. So actual worst anime of...
Like, actual worst anime of the decade contender would be My Sister, My Writer.
Oh, yeah! Holy fuck.
What the fuck is going on outside? Hold on.
Hi, guys! Yeah, I might not be starting Symphogear, but, because, I'm not sure if it is entirely my cup of tea. But, it seems like a thing that, if you seem into it, you should go for it. Is like my attitude with it, because it seems like very high quality what it is doing. And of course, Jane adores it. So, yeah. I'm gonna back that up.
So, answer to my question was, for some reason, someone is moving a bunch of very heavy furniture up and down the back stairwell. Not gonna worry about it. Anyway, yes, you should start Symphogear after this stream. So should Sredni.
Yes.
So should everybody. Anyway.
But what I was like, but yeah, my sister, my writer, is such a fucking train wreck.
Like, it's kind of got all the stuff, right? Like production disaster, like plot that is offensive on both a moral and like base repugnance level. It's not funny, despite being a comedy series. It looks like shit. Like, just all around.
And like the people who were working on it were like just in horrible conditions.
Yeah.
And like were miserable. Everyone involved was miserable.
That's one of the rare series where people who worked on it like complained on Twitter.
Like actively complained.
Like that's not common in anime.
Yeah, it's like generally considered bad form, but but that was an exception. That was a very intense exception. I'm trying to look for ones that are like just real bad, or potentially real bad. The problem is I'm finding ones that are actually good or at least interesting, could be very interesting, like Space Brothers, Suritama, Mysterious Girlfriend X. I'm actually curious about because
I've read the manga that's based on. And when I was like 13, I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I'm gonna level with you.
Yeah.
It sucks. And I'm not just being clever.
That's unfortunate.
Like, it's...
I don't know.
It's one of those shows where, like the manga at least, maybe the show is better, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, it's just obviously the author working out his fetishes in a very tasteless fashion.
I don't know, it's like, it seemed with the show that there's like more going on, at the very least.
I wouldn't count on it.
No, like, in terms of like, people who I know who actually have detailed thoughts about these things were like, hey, actually, this is pretty decent. You wouldn't expect it to be, but it is.
I'm gonna go ahead and hit that with I'm not entirely sure, but probably not button, but,
It's like, I mean, yeah, but I mean, at the same time, it can also be like, nah, this ain't for me, even if it were.
It's just like, for one thing, it's an ecchi series, so like,
I mean,
you gotta clear a certain bar to be even really worth talking about if you're that to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my point. Is like, I have encountered people who are not really ecchi people who actually liked it.
Yeah, and like I will fess up. Like I don't mean to pretend that I'm above those kinds of manga because I often do just read them out of like idle boredom. Because manga are a much lower mental commitment than anime are, and usually they're at least decently drawn. Not always.
In terms of really, really good stuff, Lupin the Third, A Woman Called Fujiko Mine.
Huh. Yeah.
That show.
That was apparently really good, yeah.
Hot dang.
Also, like, one of the few anime to ever have a bong smoking scene in it. I think that's true.
Yeah, it is a damn good show, and also legitimately feminist and
You
in an
know-
interesting way.
You know what's another one that a lot of people would put up there, but I haven't seen it, so I can't? Is
Okay.
Devilman Crybaby.
That one I began, and it is really, really good. I just haven't finished it.
It's, it doesn't really seem like my thing, to be honest.
Oh,
but
yeah, totally fair. It is, it, has a healthy helping of the old ultra-violence.
Well, that's not even why. Like, I can put up with stuff
But
like
at the
that.
same time,
It just-
I know that you've, like, read Murcielago, so...
Yeah, well, like, I don't like fiction that is... How would I put it?
Kind of misanthropic?
Yeah, misanthropic, however you pronounce it. That's a good way to put it. I don't like stuff like that.
I mean, yeah, that's...
Like, I get enough people suck sentiment from, like, going on Reddit. I don't need more of it in my fiction, too. It's just, it's one of those, like, taste things.
Yeah.
It's not how your girl operates. Hey, you want to hear a
That's
real
fair.
controversial opinion?
Ooh, what?
I think that Rolling Girls could be considered one of the, like, not top 5, but maybe like top 20, top 25 anime. of the
I can
decade.
respect that.
One of
I
those
mean,
ones that, like, nobody seems to have seen. I don't know how this happened, but, like, it somehow picked up a reputation as being, like, boring, which is not...
I don't understand people,
Yeah.
and I never will. And also, we haven't been talking about movies at all, but
No,
I think that's
we
fair, because
haven't.
we're talking series at the, you know...
Yeah, like, honestly, I don't know very many anime films.
Like, I mean, I think, Miron, mentioned, The Tale of Princess Kaguya, which, yeah, fair.
Yeah, he brought up that and Your Name, which I actually have seen Your Name and I love Your Name, but
There's also a Silent Voice, The Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
Penguin Highway.
The Wind Rises.
Penguin Highway from last year is a great movie.
Yeah.
Like I don't have the authority to
But
speak
yeah,
to,
it's
like
like
all-time decade rankings, but that's a great.
But yeah, I was saying, like, The Wind Rises, pretty much everyone who's seen it is like, this might be Miyazaki's, like, best.
That's
which is
crazy.
a
that
high
guy's-
fucking compliment.
Guy's been in the game for a while. To put
Yeah,
it
it's like,
mildly.
and it's also based, if I'm not mistaken, on a manga he wrote.
Interesting.
Which is to say, he hasn't done that since Nausicaa. So,
But
like, okay, in terms of,
I do want to elaborate on Rolling Girls a little bit, if you don't mind.
Sure,
Because
go
like
for it.
that show is so weird. Like the thing that it does is the first 2 episodes, it makes you think it's going to be like one of those sort of like Fooly Cooly or similar influenced action
Yeah.
series, which there's a few of those that have come out in the past decade, and most of them are pretty good. And then what happens in the second, like the end of the second episode, the person that was introduced as the main character gets injured. Her Heartstone, which is the thing that gives people in this setting their powers, gets stolen, and she gets sidelined. And the show is then about a quartet of 4 girls who, like, I said this in my review of it too. They feel like they'd be side characters in almost any other show. Like they've got strong personalities, but they're weird. Like
Yeah.
Other than Nozomi, who was the ostensible protagonist and was, you know, comparatively normal, but there's Shiai, who is like weirdly. She honestly, and I say this with no ill intent at all, obviously, but she strikes me as like autistic coded. Like,
yeah, there are characters who definitely fit into that.
she's like very terse.
Also,
and-
also, I'm gonna say this, and I've actually seen people say this before, and like not obviously not in a way or anything, but it's like I just realized how, like at some point, like how much of certain and not all, but like specific, like moe characters, part of their appeal is they give off a distinct autistic coded vibe.
yeah, I understand that idea, and we could be here all day talking about stuff
Yeah.
like that. But
And it's
but
like, but it's like that
but like
kind of.
that's
Yeah.
TIE. There's
Yeah.
a girl who gets lost really easily and is like an artist. And
Uh-huh.
my favorite character in the show is I, who her whole thing is that like the superpowered humans in the show are called bests, which is a silly name, but
Uh-huh.
she like desperately wants to be a best, and the way the show
Well, it's
does,
like calling them a cape, I guess.
Yeah.
Except they wear vests instead of capes.
no, best with a B.
Oh, they're the
But-
best around.
Well, like
Nothing's ever
literally,
gonna bring them down.
like one of the few things about the show that's not subtle is the fact that the superpowered people are called bests and everybody else is called a rest.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Oh man.
But the thing with and the way this show does characterization, they don't ever explicitly address it. But she has this whole like, gung-ho shonen protagonist attitude that really seems like a front for being depressed as hell.
Oh.
And it's actually like super interesting.
I can imagine.
And again, like the characterization is so like everything about the series is really like roundabout and circumspect. Like
Yeah.
it's an action series, but our protagonists never get in any fights. Like there are always fights that happen, but they're between side characters. Like they're never directly involved with them. And there's like an ongoing main plot, but until like the last 2 or 3 episodes, it feels more of like a footnote than anything. And there's this whole thing where it's got like a really strong traveler story influence. You know what those are? Like a Kino's Journey and stuff.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And it's a very strange, like, sort of sideways take on the whole action anime stuff.
Mhm. Oh, wait a second. I'm gonna have to look up when. Oh, I need to do this in a different window. Let me see.
Yeah. Sorry for rambling about Rolling Girl, but it is quite a good show.
Oh yeah, like when did this show air?
What show?
Was
Maybe.
it was in 2009. Was Kemono no Soja Eren or the Beast Player Eren?
Never heard of that
Which-
one.
I have seen enough episodes of that to say definitively it is amazing and you should watch it. And it is very
See-
charming, and it handles some really heavy subject matter in a really not
See-
lighthearted way at all.
like-
But like a not oppressive at all way.
I used to think I could make judgments about shows like that. Then I watched A Cult Academy, which is a great show for 10 episodes, and a fucking awful show for 2 of them.
Oh no, I'm saying I've seen half the series, and it's
I know.
great.
But I'm saying, like...
No, and by half the series, I mean it's 50 episodes. I've seen like 25 of them.
I know, but what I'm saying is, like...
And also everyone
Just-
I know who's seen the whole thing,
Okay.
which is like only 3 people, is like, yeah, it's consistently fantastic.
Well, that's a little bit different, I guess. But I'm just saying, like, sometimes stuff falls off, I guess.
But no, I can confirm both from other people and from my own experience that this show is fucking great. And it's really... It is wholesome, yet also not, like... It's like, sort of, not quite a children's show. And it does get very dark in places. Like, bad stuff happens. But it's like, it never talks down to its audience.
I see.
And it is really... It's based on novels by the same author who wrote the novels that Moribito is based on.
Interesting.
And she's won, like, all kinds of awards.
What about stuff that came... I feel like we're still missing stuff from, like, 2015 and 16.
In terms of ones that, like, just immediately popped up here would be... oh, no, actually, I went earlier by accident, was Steins Gate and Bunny Drop both appeared in 2011. So, past 2013 to 2014...
Yeah, I feel like we're still missing 14, 15, and 16.
Oh yeah, and also and I forgot Psycho-Pass is also in, which I've heard is really good.
Those are
the first
shows
season.
I can.
The second one doesn't count.
Those are shows I can imagine people saying were best decade contenders. I've never seen Psycho-Pass, and what I know of Steins Gate, I think I would fucking hate it, but. That's just how things are sometimes.
There's stuff about Steins Gate which intrigues me, but I can understand that.
I actually, this is not immediately relevant, but there was a thing going on earlier this year. Fucking 90s Euro game. The girl that chants love at the end of the world got an anime.
Yeah,
and the way people kept trying to get other people to watch that was by being, it was a big influence on Steins Gate. Which is true, but for one thing, I don't like Steins Gate. For another thing, even if you do, it's not very good.
Yeah, but no, what I meant was... Just accept
that joke will happen.
But it can be understood that something can be an influence on something a lot better than it.
Yeah, but people seem to not understand that, is the thing.
Yeah. Here are some shows that I really don't care about. Noragami and Nisekoi.
I don't think I'm familiar with either of those.
Noragami is the... I've seen enough anime to know good anime, but also don't necessarily have great taste. It's deep, man, show.
What is... Sredni, that you've told me, less than nothing about the series.
Okay, it's about, this guy who is, a minor deity who has lost, his last shrine. And he wanders around as a human and does stuff.
I've heard of that. I thought that was okay.
Yeah, it's apparently it doesn't seem bad. It just seems like the kind of thing that's, lauded by a certain kind of person whose tastes I do not trust.
I don't know. I would honestly kind of put myself in the, no taste, but have seen a lot of anime category.
Nah, but, no, you actually have a very distinct set of tastes that I can recognize and agree or disagree with.
I suppose
that feel not pretentious.
Well, thank
that
you.
You know what you're talking about.
That's genuinely a very nice thing to say.
Chunibyo was a show that I never got around to. Defrag, I know the name, but nothing about it.
Man, the mid-2010s were kind of just a time when anime
Space Dandy!
existed.
I have seen enough of Space Dandy to be very positive on it.
Yeah, Space Dandy, I can imagine someone putting it in
Oh there. Yeah, Space Dandy, what I saw of Space Dandy I honestly liked more than Cowboy Bebop.
Hey, speaking of stuff that aired on Toonami, here's a controversial opinion for you. The Fooly Cooly sequels.
Ooh, that's a spicy take.
Yes, it
It's
is. And I don't
it's
care.
like an interesting take that I can respect, but also spicy as fuck.
Yes. I'm playing it up slightly, but I do legitimately think that they're really good. And people,
here's one that a lot of people forget, except for the people who are like, "Hey, this." Yeah.
You want to hear something pretentious? Is that I think that most people that don't like the Fooly Cooly sequels don't understand them. So
that's probably actually true, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there are some people who hate them who genuinely do understand them.
Yes, that is. There is a subcategory of people who, in my opinion, hate them for reasons that make sense. And then there's people who are like, it's not just more Fooly Cooly. Why would I ever want to watch this? And that's not.
Here's a show that I haven't seen that I'm meaning to see because it just seems fucking bizarre. Is World Conquest Zvezda plot.
That's another one of the ones where it's like really stupid but well animated, I think.
Yeah, but it's also like it's stupid in an interesting way.
I have heard both very positive and very negative things about that.
Yeah, like there are some. It has like a weird cult following.
It's one of those.
Like,
yeah.
Like it's one of those that it's like you're either gonna like really dig its flavor of stupidity or you're gonna hate it. Let's see what else.
Yes, feed me.
Inari Konkon. That's a show that I know exists.
Boom, boom, boom.
Silver Spoon.
Silver Spoon, I know.
Hozuki no Reitetsu, or Hozuki's cool-headedness, because awkward titles in English, I guess. That show is really funny.
I don't think I know that one.
It is about one of the chief bureaucrats in hell.
Nice.
Japanese hell, and it's good. And also there are some Oni boys, and they are adorable.
Oni boys, Oni girls.
It's like, yeah, just because I am gay trash. I just have to say that. But at the same time, it's just like, yeah, it's a dark comedy of manners thing that happens to be set in hell.
Well,
and it's also about corporate bureaucracy.
When you think about it, like
very Japanese.
Aren't all anime set in hell? I don't know what I meant by that, but it made you laugh.
I don't either.
It worked. What about Scum's Wish? I have never seen that show. That's one of those ones where I think it's very divisive again.
Yeah, that one seems really divisive.
It's like a
you either are really into it, you really respect it, or you hate it. And there is like no in between with any of those groups. It's like there are no people who merely like Scum's Wish. There are people who respect it but don't necessarily like it. There are people who love it. And there are people who loathe it. Yeah. And there is not a lot of in between those three categories. Yeah, like, see, Sara saying, I respect it. Is like, yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, bad shows, Wizard Barristers.
Wizard Barristers.
That's the one that was, the return of the guy who did Kite.
That means nothing to me.
Oh man, Umetsu. Something Umetsu. Who is like...
Nah, it doesn't really
I'm gonna look it up. Yeah.
What is this... What qualities make his work infamous?
Yasuomi Umetsu, to give you an idea, he's known for doing Kite, which is one of the... It is a really violent, really depressing hentai OVA.
Oh!
Which is also really famous. Because the cut version of it is... Yeah?
You must realize that really famous for a hentai OVA is still not
Well,
that
no, it's
famous.
actually legitimately, known outside of those circles.
Maybe, but,
No, it's actually generally more,
I
talked about.
I understand what you're saying, but that's like saying that the Monks are a well-known rock band.
No, it's more like it is known in the same circles as like ultra-violent stuff more than like porn.
I guess.
It's like it is really bleak, it's really uncomfortable, and there are just sex scenes kind of thrown in the original version. Whereas the most people know the not abridged version without the sex scenes, and it plays exactly the same and is just really depressing. He was involved in a segment of Robot Carnival and a few other things. The guy is a talented animator, but he's mostly known for his involvement in, like, sketchy, ecchi stuff. And, like working a lot with Arms Corp, who are most notorious for Elfen Lied.
I think it's actually the Arms Corps. Like, it's supposed to sound like an army division or something.
Yeah, or Corps, or, well, it's short for corporation.
Yeah, but, like, the P is silent in that specific case,
fair.
I think.
Yeah, Arms Corps. Yeah, Arms Corps are,
they're a company. I'm
yeah,
aware
I
of
actually
them.
forgot that they started out being, like, out-and-out hentai, but they apparently stopped doing that by the mid-2000s. But they kept doing, like, shameless fan service shows and weird violent stuff.
Did you know, this reminded me of that, and it's just like a random piece of trivia that I happen to know.
Uh-huh.
Gunbuster, right?
Yeah.
Gunbuster. Widely considered to be Gainax's, like, first, like, truly great show.
Aim for the top.
Aim for the top. Did you know that was a collaboration with another studio?
What studio?
Studio Fantasia. Do you know what they have done since then?
What?
Fuck ton of hentai and nothing else.
I'm gonna look this up.
I think it's just spelled like the Disney movie. They're on Analyst.
Studio. I'm looking on Wikipedia just because.
Yeah, I don't know if they're still around. They might have folded some time ago. But...
Studio Fantasia, Japanese animation studio. Okay, I'm gonna look at the stuff they've done. They have done TV series, including... Wait, Stratos 4, is that related to Infinite Stratos, which is that... No, it's its own thing. Najica Blitz Tactics, which I've heard the name of, but know nothing about.
I literally, like...
Oh, they worked on Project Eiko, which had begun as being planned as a hentai, but then turned into, like an actual thing.
Other than occasionally accidentally stumbling into stuff that isn't hentai, I'm pretty sure they just mostly...
You know what else they did?
What?
You know what else they did?
What?
They were involved in the OVA for Saikano, and not the one with the E, the one with the I. Saikano as in She the Ultimate Weapon.
Oh god! That's a blast from the past in a not great way.
I've been meaning to watch that forever.
Dude, you don't want to watch Saikano.
I know that it's depressing as fuck.
No, that's not why. You don't want to watch it because it's bad.
Like, bad how so?
Okay, I've never seen it, to be fair.
Well, okay, but then, so,
like,
that's unfair.
It's just, like, from what I understand, from everyone I know of who has seen it, it is, like, depressing, like, as a cover for the fact that it's really skeevy, if that makes any sense.
I don't know, like, I haven't heard a whole lot about it being skeevy. I've just heard a lot about it being relentlessly miserable.
That, too, I mean... Either way, not anything I would ever want to watch.
I mean, that's fair, but I mean, I like...
If you want to take that bullet for humanity, go right ahead, I guess.
Okay, but, yeah, like, the main... It turns out the main series was done by Gonzo, but they handled the OVA that came later, which adapted, some later chapters of the manga.
Yeah, but, like, again, like, Fantasia mostly just do porn.
Actually, no, apparently they've done more stuff that isn't, like, porn. It's just that they mainly... They have, like, weird... they have like a weird back catalog.
It's one of those
basically.
things where they're like a one studio wonder. They're like a one-hit wonder studio, basically.
Yeah, they've done they've done.
Gunbuster is like foundational to every action anime that's come out since, and nothing else they've worked on has been like anywhere near as notable.
And they did Glass Maiden was like the last major thing they did. And I don't know anything about that one. It involves a detective agency?
There's a couple studios like that. Like the original incarnation of Studio 3Hertz, the only thing they did was Flip Flappers, and then after that tanked, there was like a huge staff reshuffling.
Apparently, actually Fantasia only closed their doors 2 years ago.
I mean, you know, all good things must come to an end. Does that mean that they lasted longer than Gainax? They might have.
Yes.
Yeah. Because Gainax
they lasted until November 16th of 2016.
Okay. Yeah, because
started in 1983 on October 12th.
I guess it depends on how you count things. Because Gainax of Fukushima held on until last year.
Fair.
When they were bought and reorganized as Gainago.
But yeah, my point is that Wizard Barristers is a bad show that is very bad.
I forgot
all my understanding
about that. Yeah,
Wizard Barristers is like, okay, my point is it's an ARMS show. It is an ARMS fan service show, and it's like an uncomfortable fan service show.
Cool.
That happens to have a vaguely interesting premise that it utterly wastes.
That's, you know,
like, I mean,
not the only one of those, unfortunately.
The premise is in the title, and it's actually kind of interesting, and then it just keeps flashing this girl's underwear against her will.
What's a barrister again? It's like a legal thing, right?
Yeah, it's a lawyer.
Yeah,
a defense lawyer.
Wizard lawyers. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's about wizard lawyers. It should be good, but actually it's about panties.
Fuck. I died again. Should probably
Tonari no Sekikun! Tonari no Sekikun is like way high up on my list of best shorts of, you know, the
legal sex. No, let's not.
You know what also aired in 2014 as a short? Pupa. And that's another one of the worst of all time.
I actually thought that was much older than that.
No, that's pretty recent, and it's bad.
What is the good one you mentioned about?
Tonari no Sekikun.
Oh, is that the one?
Where there are the two kids that sit next to each other in class, and one of them is really quiet, and he does weird stuff, and she clearly has a huge crush on him, and that's
it's just about what she thinks he's doing, basically.
Yeah,
I've seen. It's
adorable.
I've actually finished that series. I like that show.
Yeah, it's adorable, and I love it.
I just never remember the title as anything other than
I showed it to my parents, and they liked it. Like, my dad liked it.
It's a family-friendly anime.
Yeah, it's, like, legit. So, and then, of course, I'm going to show my mom Made in Abyss soon, which is,
Why do you hate your parents?
No.
I'm kidding.
Well, because I love Made in Abyss. It's so good.
I mean, like...
Oh, hey! Monthly Girls No Zaki-kun is actually pretty funny.
That's, like, a low-key contender, I think.
No, that's what I was saying. It's actually really funny.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I have not gotten more than, 2 episodes into it.
Sredni.
But I was like, this good.
Sredni.
I've seen a lot of, parts of series, okay?
You are a good friend of mine. Please finish a show. Any show.
I have finished some shows.
I'm not sure if I believe you. It's okay. I used to do the same thing all the time.
I finished Hunter x Hunter. That's 148 episodes.
Like... fair point, I guess. But, yeah. Monthly Girls no
Also, I've
Saki-kun. Just real good.
Also, I've seen most of, and as I said, I've seen most of Monogatari, so it's like...
Maybe that's why you haven't had time to finish anything else.
No, the thing is that I binge, and then
Well,
I, like, don't watch anime for,
well,
like,
don't
months.
do that.
Yeah,
You gotta pace yourself.
I probably need to pace myself better. Yeah.
Although occasionally I do too, but then what happens when I end up doing that is I finish a bunch of short shows. Like the other, like last month or a month or 2 months ago at this point maybe, I finished Witchblade, Beautiful Bones, and Black Lagoon. In like
Beautiful Bones is the horny for bones one, right?
it's actually like that's how people describe it. There is like zero sexual element to it at all.
Okay, it's just weird.
It's just weird. It's a good show.
Okay.
Fun thing about that series, it ends on a cliffhanger because they were banking on getting a second season and they never got it.
Oh.
But I think it's actually very good despite that.
Oh, Glass Lip. That was apparently deeply disappointing and bad.
That's an adaptation of like a really old manga, right? Like from the
like not
80s?
a super old manga, but I do know
70s?
that it was an adaptation of a manga, and they never got around to the latter part of it. And also, it just was a weird, half-formed nonsense piece of a show.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
It's like, it's initially about glass blowing, and then it's about psychic powers, and like, it just doesn't go anywhere. Oh, hey, the sequel to Black Butler.
Is it called something like Black Butler 2?
Black Butler Book of Circus.
Okay.
Or Kuroshitsuji Book of Circus.
Black
because
Butler 2. Sorry.
Love Stage, one of the handful of modern yaoi shows, and I've heard very mixed things about that one. Dramatical Murder, another yaoi show, which that adaptation was apparently really fucking bad.
Yeah, I had no idea there was a Dramatical Murder anime.
Yeah, like, I mean, the game I've heard some okay things about, but the show, no. Bakamatsu Rock.
You're finding all these things that, like, I know the names, but I have never seen anyone actually talk about
Persona
them.
4 the Golden.
Oh.
Nobunaga Concerto. Argovolan.
Okay, well, Persona 4, obviously, because that's an adaptation of a game.
Sengoku Basara's nth sequel.
I swear you're making some of these up at this point.
I didn't. Well, I just called it the nth sequel of it. There was an adaptation. Oh, I forgot the adaptation of Himegoto, which managed to piss people who actually like the manga off really, really intensely. That's the Otokonoko series.
Otokonoko Flow. By Enya. What? Anyway.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I assume that everyone here is weeb enough to know what I mean when I say that.
What?
Otokonoko series?
No, don't know what that means.
Otokonoko is,
what is
male assigned characters in lady clothes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like,
yes, I didn't know how it was pronounced, so I didn't process it. But yes, I know. What that
yeah,
is.
and it's one of the few that's...
That is the thing that gross people always try to claim that any trans character in an anime is.
Yeah, I mean, granted, this one...
Wrong.
And granted, with this one, I think there's at least one character who is probably trans, but there are a bunch of...
it's a genre basically.
Yeah, it's like in this case, it is
it's
specifically the
that,
Otokonoko genre.
Yeah, like it's a
and
thing
not
that
just the character archetype.
Yeah, it's like a thing that shows are about. It's not usually like.
Yeah, exactly. Like, or it's like there is sort of the archetypal, like
Well, the
kind of like cross-dressing character of ambiguous gender identity.
well, the example that comes immediately to mind is Lily from Zombieland Saga last year, which people. The character
She is not
canonically.
an Otokonoko character.
That's what I'm saying.
She's
yes.
Yeah, it's like she is a trans girl.
Yeah, I'm
like,
saying that the character is canonically transgender, and people tried to be like, "Oh no, it's
no,"
this
and it's
other
like,
thing.
no, that's complete misunderstanding. And the fact is,
I honestly, I wouldn't even say misunderstanding. I think if somebody knows enough about Japanese culture to know what an Otonoko is, they are willfully misrepresenting things.
Yeah, that's not Otokonoko.
Yeah.
And also it would be like sort of people misidentifying, and I can understand this more with Ferris from ReZero, who actually is confirmed in the light novels as trans.
Yeah.
But it's more ambiguous in the anime because it doesn't cover that section.
Yeah, people were like deliberately spreading misinformation because.
Yeah, it's really shitty.
Because you know.
Oh, and we haven't touched on JoJo at all.
JoJo would be up there for some people. I
would say Diamond is Unbreakable, which is another one I need to finish.
had
the potential.
I genuinely don't care very much about JoJo, so I have no opinion.
Fair enough. Diamond is Unbreakable is very different from the previous seasons.
I will say, like, I feel like JoJo, to a certain extent, only to a little bit, is one of those things where the fan base is gendered a little bit. Like, I don't think many gay women like JoJo. Some do. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know.
I mean, I've definitely met female fans of JoJo.
Well, yeah, but like straight ones or bi.
No, I've actually met like lesbian fans of JoJo, just not a ton of them. Okay.
Maybe I'm just
Death Parade. That is one I haven't seen yet,
Oh.
but I've heard a lot of good things.
The director of that is doing a new show next year.
Neat.
That is going to be the first original IP from the incredibly named Studio Nut.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of Nut.
Yeah, Decadence.
They're the ones who did, what is it called? The one about Tanya the Evil, that one.
Yeah, well, they adapted Tanya the Evil, which is
That's
bad,
what I was saying. They adapted Tanya the Evil, and it wasn't a very good adaptation.
Well, no, like, my understanding was, like, most people thought the adaptation was fine, like, production-wise, but, like, the pacing was weird or something like that.
Yeah.
And also the manga that it's based on sucks. So, like...
I was gonna say that actually, like, from what I'd seen of the manga, like, the visual aesthetic does not carry over well in the anime at all.
Yeah, no, they look completely different. Which I don't think was, like, a failure of production. Like, I think they did that on purpose.
I think it was deliberate, but I don't think it was a good decision.
Yeah, like, I don't know for what reason that was done. But, the manga looks great, it's just bad.
Oh, yeah, The Virgin Witch Maria, which I've heard, despite the title, is actually really good.
I think I've heard good things about that. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's like, it involves, like, this weird parallel universe version of the 100 Years' War in France, and she's accompanied by demons and has, like, witch powers, and gets into fights with the Archangel Michael.
It's like a strange show, from what I remember.
It's a deeply strange show that's actually pretty good. Was my understanding. Yurikuma Arashi.
You're a lesbian bear storm.
Lesbian Bear Storm.
Look, that one you have to refer
right next to Rolling Girls. Oh yeah.
Hey, there you go.
So just, and I think there's a heavy overlap between the people who like those two things.
I don't know, like, Rolling Girls...
No, but I'm serious, like, just going by the fact that, like, I'm thinking of Zuria, who's the Pedantic Romantics girlfriend and also does, like, a bunch of anime, like, what is it called? Like, journalism and stuff on YouTube.
Video
and,
journalism is like the term that is neither really slangy or really pretentious.
Like, actually does anime journalism,
Yeah,
but also
yeah,
does, like,
yeah.
commentary and editorial stuff.
Yeah.
And is, like, seems to be the one person who has talked about, I think, both those series, and it's like...
Well, they're both really good. Maybe. I've
Yeah.
never actually seen Lesbian Bear Storm, but people tell
Lesbian
me
Bear
it's
Storm has a lot of problems, but it's also fantastic.
really good. Like,
It's, or maybe even if it's not a fantastic, it's like...
at least
It is
good,
a favorite.
yeah.
It is a favorite of mine, and
like,
it is worth watching.
Can I just say, like, maybe the best localized title of anything ever?
It's not. It's just a literal. Well,
it is
translation.
It is, and like they could have tried to do something overly clever, as localizers sometimes do, or they could have just left it untranslated. I think the specific decision to just translate the title literally worked out.
I mean, it
in
was
their
already
favor.
being memed on, like, for years.
It's just
Because
it's fucking called Lesbian Bear Storm.
Also, you do know that Kunihiko Ikuhara wrote the manga for that, and it's completely different, and also apparently really good, and I've heard possibly better than the show.
I have heard those things before, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like... But yeah, he actually wrote the manga for that, and started it before the show aired. And it's like... And that's the one where the brilliant panel... Well, like... You know, like... Well, it was something like she... Like, this girl with, like, this really, you know, like... challenging somebody expression and a smile says, like, what a coincidence, I'm a bear, too. Which is so
Well, the main
good.
thing I remember from Lesbian Bear Storm is that screen cap from the anime with the fan sub that said everything is going to be Daijobu.
Daijobu.
Which is, like, my favorite thing.
Which, like...
Everything is going to be dirigible.
I mean, the sort of warped thing about that is that, like, the actual scene with, like, the real, you know, subs and thing... is that scene is sad in context.
I believe you, but the bad subtitle is fucking hilarious.
Okay, so two
Inky is still in the chat, and I know she
Hi,
has
Inky.
also seen Rolling Girls and can back me up that it is very
Good.
But yeah, anime.
Yeah, I need to see Maria the Virgin Witch at some point. Okay, more shows. Two shows I don't care about: Food Wars and Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon?
Those shows are both, to my understanding, like, pretty good, but not fantastic.
Yeah, they're better than they have any right to be.
Like, I think Food Wars is, like, one of the ones people are like,
Yeah,
this was a shonen that started this decade that's actually, like, pretty good.
Yeah, Food Wars is apparently legit. It's just not especially my thing. And Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon is, like, one of those shows where, yeah, it's just, like, a doofy fantasy series, but it's, like...
Well, it's, like, it's a comedy show, which I think gives
But, yeah, but it's, like, it is a
more,
comedy show, it's self-aware.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it means well, it's not mean-spirited.
Yes.
And it's comfy. It's
also,
like,
that's
there's
one of
nothing
those shows
horribly wrong with it.
where, like, people who like it fall into two distinct groups with some overlap, but not a lot. Which, there's people that like it because it's funny and well-intentioned, and there's people who like it because Twin Tail Lady have big boobs.
Yeah!
Like...
Which, I mean, yeah,
F.
And I've also seen, and I actually genuinely did appreciate this, that famous little bit from Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, where the main character and the goddess girl are
Hestia.
Hestia are, you know, who I've heard it said that Hestia is Bestia on more than one occasion.
Yeah. It's apparently
But,
like a good character, but I've only
yeah,
seen the
and
first
it's like
episode, so
of
at least
them
I don't know.
getting prepared in the morning and they're dancing while brushing their teeth,
Good.
and it's adorable. I have to admit that
That's
is
good.
really cute. I don't hate the show on principle. It's just not my thing.
Yeah.
Owari no Seraph. Seraph at the end. I've seen a
Ah.
little of that, and it is like high melodrama.
It's like a
and
world
gay
story
as...
show, isn't it?
What?
It's a world story show, isn't it?
Maybe. I hadn't gotten that far, but it is about vampires, and it is gay as fuck, and
I
I
might
love
be
it.
mistaken and confusing it with something else.
And also, it is really melodramatic, but also surprisingly well written.
Yeah, actually, like, this was a thing I was talking about when I reviewed Maidens a couple days ago. Like, melodrama is kind of a dirty word in Western.
Yeah, but like the thing.
Please let me finish my thoughts.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. Like, it's kind of like a dirty word in Western critical discourse, but
Yeah.
it's not actually an inherently bad thing. It's just, it's a tonal choice, and like any tonal choice
Yeah.
can be used to bad or good ends.
Mhm. I completely get you and agree.
Yeah.
I would say that like the thing about Owari no Seraph is it's like it's operatic. It's like there's
Yeah.
stuff that's super exaggerated and really kind of silly about it on many levels, but it is also really fun for that. And there's actually
That's kind of a
stuff,
different sort of melodrama than what
but
I
it's
mean.
but I'm
it's
saying, well,
same,
yeah, that's
same
how I was using
ballpark.
melodrama is what I
Yeah.
meant. But also like there's also like serious stuff in that is actually well executed and subtle and occasionally genuinely upsetting. And it's like it's a weird tonal mix that somehow works because you get invested while still recognizing that it's pretty silly.
Yeah. I like
And again, the two main characters who are now put at odds by fate also clearly have like deep homoerotic tension.
like another show that I would argue is melodramatic in a good way. I guess people use these terms interchangeably sometimes, but campy also.
Oh yeah, campy. Actually, that
is Symphoneer, to go back to that
yeah.
well again, and because
high camp in that case.
yes, because I thought of that, I fucking thought of the scene again where Genjiro, who you don't know who that is, but he's the buff guy with red hair,
Okay.
is holding one of the other characters protectively and says, "I stopped an explosion with a martial arts technique." Which is
That's good.
like one of the best single screen caps from the entire series.
Yeah, like I guess. Yeah. Oh, also another thing about Owari no Seraph, why I want to get back to it, is there is a side character who is like just an incredibly earnest, good dude, and he is also totally my husbando.
My husbando.
Exactly.
Isn't it actually Hazubando? I don't know.
Husbando.
It's not a real word either way. So
It's not, but
But,
at the same time,
you know.
neither is my wife. You know, it's English.
You know what I hate about how that term has evolved is that in the show, it's literally his wife. They're married.
Yeah, it's. But I think the joke. But I think like that was the original joke. Is like.
Yeah.
It's a little over because it's so overboard. It's like
my wife.
and
Actually,
it's like she's
Actually, there's like maybe 1 degree of separation between that and the Borat "My Life," which you guys can chew on that while I go get some water because I'm a little bit dehydrated. I'll be right back.
Okay. Huh. Sorry for not being more entertaining. Just looking at this. Thank you. To talk about what? Sorry, I couldn't see more of that. Oh, the Made in Abyss manga. Yes, I need to get caught up on that because I am in the Narihate village at the moment, and that is a wild. Also with the princess, which nobody's going to have context for. Moth Girl. Yeah, that has some weird implications.
Once again, I have returned to ravage the world as I did in days long past.
Yeah, Sorrow and I just started barely talking about, like, serious Made in Abyss manga spoiler.
Well, I wasn't here, and I only rewatched my VODs very rarely, so...
Okay.
It's fine.
Well, okay, let's talk about more shows from 2015.
No, I don't want to die. This is a good run. Fucking hell.
But hey, Blood Blockade Battlefront.
I've seen some of that, and I really liked what I saw.
Same.
And I got hit with the depression stick that week and never finished it.
Oh,
so
that's...
one of these days I'll go back to it.
I loved the 5-dimensional chess thing.
5-dimensional chess?
Like, there's he's playing a game of chess with his other character, and it's like... But it's like this special, weird, otherworld chess that is literally like more like 3 or 4-dimensional chess.
I guess I didn't get that far, or I just don't remember that little.
It's like a weird detail that I just remember. It's just like it's the guy with the sideburns is doing.
Yes.
You know,
wolfish
guy.
Yeah, that guy. The guy that looks like looks a little bit like Beast from X-Men.
Yeah, you know. Like, you know, probably has people call him Daddy.
You know, like, that was one of those characters where, like, I saw him and I was like, this isn't my thing, but this was definitely written to appeal to somebody.
Yeah. Also worth noting, the guy who wrote the manga wrote Trigun.
I've heard that. The lady that directed the anime, I think that's the only show she's ever done, right?
No, she also did. Guess what? Kyosogiga!
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, she's awesome. Rie Matsumoto. The most recent thing she did was a commercial, which was apparently also a really fucking good commercial because she's brilliant.
Yeah, there's like a whole... you could write, like, books on... commercials that well-known anime directors and studios have done, because that's whole thing. Yeah. That's how Studio Colorido got their start earlier this decade.
Yeah, I am aware of that. Plastic Memory was another one.
Never heard of that.
Plastic Memories is one of those shows that, like, I recall only a couple of people talking about, and it was like one of those things where it has like super weird tone stuff going on that is like kind of love it or hate it. Like, or not even love it or hate it so much as love it or be deeply confused by what the fuck is going on with the tone.
You know? Fair.
Unlimited Blade Works, specifically the Ufotable version.
I like that show. I think...
Okay.
That's one of those ones where people tend to be pulled toward extremes, and I feel like the show itself, like, is kind of a backhanded compliment, but like, it doesn't warrant that. Like, it's a good show. It's not like astoundingly good show, and it's also not bad. So like, I kind of don't get why it's so divisive, but.
Because Fate fans are fucking weird.
Maybe.
And I mean,
way better than the Studio Dean Fate show, but that's not a controversial.
Yeah, that's yeah. But I mean, and I'm saying this with all the love in the world to Bird, who is a Fate diehard, and to all the other Fate diehards in our audience.
I think Bird mostly likes the girls in Fate, which I definitely understand.
No, she also is a fan of like the show, like
well,
the
yeah,
shows,
but
just
like
period.
That, yeah.
But like
we love our Fate adoring fans, is what we're getting.
Yeah, it's just that there's a side to Fate fandom which is questionable.
Yeah, you know, like. I feel like every show has that. Even like Symphogear, which is like as you know, it is great in of itself. There's people in the fandom who suck.
Yeah.
Like
fandom is like that.
There's like this whole contingent of people that think that the main characters are not actually in love, and that everybody else is got their Yuri goggles on too tight, which is like one of those things that's so stupid that it's almost funny.
Like, I mean, I
and
can
it
understand
requires
like in certain fandoms having your Yuri goggles on too tight is, well, it's understandable to have your Yuri goggles on too tight.
Like it's in the case of Symphogear, you're not ignoring subtext, you're ignoring text. Like
yeah, exactly.
It's
same thing with, like, honestly, to some degree, same thing with Madoka by the time the big naked space hug happens.
Yeah, like it's just
like, and especially Rebellion doubles down on it.
Yeah, like at some point you're just being
there is
silly.
No way you can deny that Homura is in love with Madoka.
Also, like, not coincidentally, these tend to be the same people that like don't understand the whole anti-fascist undercurrent, or pretend it's not there at least.
Well, that's not surprising. Like,
no. Also, for whatever reason, a lot of those people end up liking Dr. Vare, who is one of the show's like villains, who you're not like supposed to find him sympathetic, really. Like he is evil. That is
okay.
Kind of the point.
So Yamada-kun and the Seven Witches, all I know is it exists, basically.
I've heard that that's like it's a harem show, but I've heard it's like a surprisingly good one. But I don't know.
Okay, I do know that.
I don't know.
It's a harem show. It's actually a decent harem show.
Yeah, but
it's
like I don't know if it's decent for a harem show, or if it's harem show, but it's surprisingly decent. Because those are different.
Well, I think it's a little of both.
Maybe.
Like, from what I can tell from, like, what I've actually heard about it, which is not a lot.
So, like how people have a boner over Bondrewd. Kind of, from what I understand of the character.
Well, Bondrewd is, I think that a lot of Bondrewd fascination is, like, not ironic, but it's, like...
The thing with Dr. Vare...
It's like knowing that he is a completely unspeakable monster.
Sure, I get, like, there's, like, characters who are compellingly written to the point of where people have like a fascination with them. The Joker is like the classic example.
Yeah, that's fair.
But Vare's not like that, really. Vare's like evil in a way that is decidedly not cool. So it just makes even less sense, really.
Bondrewd is very charismatic and also so fucking repulsive that it almost cancels it out.
Huh. Yeah.
It's a weird combination. It's kind of
Hey,
like
this is weird. Hey.
It's kind of like the
Hey, I want to talk about the game actually for like 2 seconds. Like,
shooting eggs.
Well, yeah, but like, I have 2 items. One that makes my tier rate go up when I fire in one direction for a while, and the other that, and another that balances all my stat changes out. So what happens is if I shoot in a direction for long enough, and you can see the numbers going up over here, it's actually raising all of my stats.
Holy cow.
But I have to keep doing this in order to keep that bonus.
That's something.
Yeah, it's weird. But anyway, yeah. Back to what we were
I was
talking
gonna
about.
say is like with Bondrewd, it's like I understand the fascination with him as like being like just a he's
like Darth Vader.
He's a really
right.
What?
Like it's like a Darth Vader kind of thing.
Kind of. Well, it's more like
No?
how do I explain it? He's like kind of a Darth Vader thing, but it's like actually more. Bondrewd is.
Well, okay. To lay on the table what little I know about the character, he's like a eugenicist of some kind, right?
No, that's simplifying what he is. He's basically Mengele.
Okay.
Kind
yeah,
of.
Yeah. Actually, that is kind of what I understood about the character.
Kind of.
And like
he's,
I, you know, obviously.
He's also one of the.
Obviously, that's horrible.
And also, he's kind of fascinating because he's a great example of a character who totally believes that what he is doing is, even if it is wrong, it is completely justified, and he isn't unsympathetic to the people who he hurts. But he also thinks that he's completely right, and it doesn't mitigate how fucking horrible.
That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is like, he's a character people like they find him well written, even if they don't. Like
yeah.
him.
Oh yeah.
You know
and
what
also
I mean?
there are creepy undercurrents to like the way that he acts that are like pretty skeevy.
But do you know what I mean?
But yeah, like he's compelling as a
villain. There you go.
Like
and
you kind of love to despise the motherfucker.
Like my counterpoint was that Dr. Vare is not really anywhere near
interesting.
Like that. He's interesting in that he's like kind of like a slightly higher stakes version of like a Saturday morning cartoon villain. like he's got this whole weird thing where he thinks that he's like a hero, and he's a well written character. Like if you find him cool, there's something wrong with you. Like it's just weird.
Well, I mean,
it's
if
like,
you find him cool in the sense of that you find him sympathetic.
That too, but even like regular cool. like it's like saying, oh yeah, my favorite DC supervillain is like the Riddler.
The Red Skull?
The Riddler.
No, the Riddler. Oh no.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
It's just odd. And for whatever reason, a lot of people that really like it tend to be weird. But anyway, we've crawled down like 5 different side tangents.
Okay, here. Even more shows. HBK Euphonium debuted in 2015.
A lot of people would put that up there. I've never seen it, and I never will, because apparently, like, kind of the textbook example of baiting gay subtext and then not doing anything with it.
I don't think that was necessarily the intention.
Like no,
but...
like my understanding is that the way that what happened was they wrote the anime to be heavier on the subtext before the relevant part of the manga had come out.
Oh yeah,
and
like
it turned out that one of the characters got a boyfriend. So like, that just completely tanked what they were trying to do.
Yeah,
which is not their fault, but I also don't want to watch it.
Yeah, it's like that they were trying to do something that got subverted by the source material.
Yeah, essentially.
Which is unfortunate because I've seen a few scenes from Hibike Ryufunnium which definitely have that subtext, which are actually some of the most elegant depictions of how you look at someone who you are falling in love with.
Like, I think that's kind of why it got the pushback it did, is because that was all very well written.
Yeah,
and then they had to throw it out because it was
Yeah, they had to kind of like apparently like they just, like there's the side, thing which they made into a movie, Liz and the Bluebird, that's apparently really great.
Yeah, I've heard good things about Liz and the Bluebird.
And that's like apparently related
It's
and
like,
actually has queer subtext that it actually goes in on.
I think it takes place at the same high school or something.
That makes sense, yeah. And I mean, like, but that like, from what little I understand, that, like, they actually...
that part. Well, the unfortunate, like, Doylist thing is that they probably could.
Yeah, like, they can't really just completely ignore it in the adaptation. Although...
Well, like, no, I mean, like, they were probably, like, told not to, is what I'm getting at. Like...
Yeah.
Unfortunately, sometimes whoever's funding the show
will screw them over.
Will step in, yeah, like...
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to, like, feature those plot elements while still understanding that that there's something there.
Yeah, Hibike Euphonium is one of those things where, like, I don't think it's happened yet, but somebody is going to pick up where that show was trying to go and
go there.
Take that football to the end zone, and they will win the anime sweepstakes for the year.
And it might be actually at Kyoto Animation, honestly.
It could very well be
because if you look at those scenes and the way that it's done, you can, bait people in more subtle ways. Like if they were just doing it, essentially for provocation, they wouldn't have done it so lovingly and consistently.
I do not think that it was intended to happen that way.
Yeah, because it's like you film something that way, you want it to go somewhere.
Yeah, like there's
there's
like, people out there who I think unfairly blame the director and stuff, and I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, no, I didn't feel that. Yeah, like that was not the vibe I got from what I saw. I mean,
that's
in
one
theory
of those
you
things.
could, but that assumes like so much weirdness with intent. Whereas...
Yeah, you'd have to do like some kind of like evil mastermind shit, and people are largely not like that in the real world.
No.
But
I suspect KyoAni are definitely the sort of studio that would go in on it.
If not, Kyoto Animation is going to be one of the studios that kind of is working in that similar space. Which, there are those, and I'm blanking on their names right now. But there's a couple young studios that I think... Actually, the Cloverworks could easily do something.
Yeah, like, actually, there were... And actually, I mean, A1 before the Cloverworks split off, did Dokyusei, which was one of the few, like, serious, like, gay romance stories that didn't feel like it was specifically pandering to the yaoi market, as it were. Which is very rare. And, like... Also, I mean... Like, they did some other stuff that was kind of interesting. Like, they're, like... A1 is one of those studios which had like it was weird. A1 is a
Well, like-
strange studio.
Like A1 didn't have like very much of a core staff, right?
Yeah, it's
like
like
it
it
was
has
almost
almost no core.
all like there like my understanding is that there was a permanent studio. Well, there were two, and one of them
Yeah.
became the Cloverworks, but
Yeah.
like the other one, like there was a small core of permanent staff, and then most everybody else was hired, like
Yeah, and
on
they
a
would,
per
like-
project basis.
And people would it'd be either excuse me, like production companies that, wanted a particular thing to happen, not production committees
Yeah.
that wanted a particular thing to happen with, say, a sequel or something would come to them, or a director would come to them with a project that they couldn't get
Yeah.
greenlit elsewhere.
Which
They
I think
kinda-
that's how From the New World happened.
Yeah, that makes sense. And
I
also
think.
oh god, I believe it's Kenji Nakamura, who's the guy who is behind Mononoke, who did Suritama with them. Like, I mean, he like they are one of those. They like. It feels like they're also like the direct studio subsidiary of Aniplex.
Yeah, they are
So they
like
get-
directly
they hand-
owned by Aniplex. Yeah.
So, like, stuff that Aniplex has a hand in that they can't, like, hire other people to do,
Yeah.
they'll bring in, like, A1.
Which is why, for so many years, the quality of their projects was like ridiculously inconsistent.
Yeah, like, again, it's like, in the same year, you'll have The Perfect Insider and The Asterisk War from the same studio.
Yes.
And, like, how did that fucking happen? And also, like, granted, they do have a particular look in things, like, they kind of identified an aesthetic. But even then, there are enough...
It's
there are enough-
weird that A1 is one of those studios that has a distinctive house style, given
But-
how few of the same people worked on many of those shows.
But then also they would have things, again, and I think it's like, again, with, unusual directors like, From the New World and Grimgar, Fantasy, and Ash, where the entire aesthetic is wildly different.
Yeah, well, I
And-
mean, even this year. Hold on, I got a DM from somebody. Got to check that out real quick.
Okie doke.
Or a ping or something. What is this all about? Let's find out. Oh, it's just Cammy giving me showing me something related to Luluko. I'll look at that later. But like even this year they made Kaguya-sama, which is like a great show. Sredni?
What is the show?
Kaguya-sama.
Kaguya-sama, huh?
Love is
Yeah.
War?
Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah. Like, great show, and it has, like, both of its EDs. There was the regular one that they used, which was, like, this, like, really heavily Ghibli-inspired... inspired
Either one
sequence
works. I mean, either
Where,
is
like,
allowed.
the main characters are, like, flying in planes and stuff. And
Huh.
then, famously, they had the rotoscoped one, which was Chica, like, doing a dance routine.
Yeah,
And
that
those were
one
both
is...
those were both really good. And the main show itself also had a lot of strong visual work going on.
Yeah, I haven't really seen much at all of Kaguya-sama. But my general impression is that Chica is actual best girl.
Chica is great, and I've read the manga, and unfortunately, they kind of focus more on other characters later on. So she drops off in relevancy a little bit.
So there's less Chica,
Less
which is
Chica.
sad.
But, less Chica for Chica.
Yeah. But she seems like just delightful,
Yes.
like a ray of sunshine, and I like.
Well,
I honestly really...
no, like, the fun thing about Chica is that that's true, but she's also very insidious and conniving.
Actually, that makes her even better.
That's
because it's
why
like I
she's
love
such a fun
characters who are a
character.
ray of sunshine, and I also like when there's weird shit going on.
Like her whole thing, her dad is like the Japanese foreign minister or something. So she speaks like 8 languages and is like all this other stuff.
Like, that's actually really great.
Yeah, she's a very good character.
Oh, hey, guess what came up next? Punchline.
Hey, that is one where I think I would maybe put it in like my top 15, 20. I don't think many people would, but you know, it's a great show that more people should watch. More people should have watched when it came out, but the thing that Punchline does is that its first half is like completely different to where it eventually goes, and I get why that lost people, but I think it's a very good
understand.
show.
Yeah, like, Punchline looks interesting at the very least. Oh, here's another one, and it's not on this list, but it just occurred to me, is Concrete Revolution was